This is shuttle launch control, T-minus 5 hours, 59 minutes and counting. Loading of the external tank with the super cold liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen propellants is underway. NASA Test Director Bob Wilson gave the go-ahead and proceed with the filling of the external tank about 11:41 p.m. this evening. So we are a little ahead of schedule as preparing to load the 500,000 gallons of super cold liquid propellants into the external tank. Presently, we are in the process of chilling down the lines that lead from the storage facilities up to the shuttle vehicle. That activity has been completed in terms of the liquid hydrogen, and we are currently in a slow fill to the 2% level in the liquid hydrogen tank. Chill down of the orbiter's main propulsion system and the transfer lines for the liquid oxygen system is underway. Everything continuing to go smoothly here. That's the major activity and will be for approximately the next 3 hours. At the T-minus 3 hour mark, the countdown enters its final long 1 hour built-in hold. Of course, there are two other holds as we get down closer to launch at T-minus 20, T-minus 9 minutes. Those are 10-minute hold each. So everything continuing to go smoothly here. Weather does not look to be a factor for this morning's launch. The weather is expected to be clear with very light winds coming out of the northeast, 8 to 10 knots. No rain in the forecast. Weather at Edwards Air Force Base expected to be improving somewhat. There is no rain expected there over the next 48 hours, although the runways on the dry lake bed are still covered with water and probably would not be usable for an end of mission. However, we still do have the paved runway at Edwards Air Force Base, which was where the shuttle landed at the conclusion of the STS-4 mission. T-minus 5 hours, 56 minutes and counting. This is shuttle launch control. This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 5 hours, 28 minutes and counting. The launch team is continuing to fill the external tank with its flight load of liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. Propellants are loaded simultaneously until we reach a point where the tank is about 2% full in both the liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen tanks. That point has been reached, and we're now in a fast fill mode with the propellants being loaded into the external tank. The maximum fill flow rates are about 12,000 gallons per minute for liquid hydrogen and about 5,000 gallons per minute for liquid oxygen. This will continue until the tank is about 98% full in both tanks, which time they'll go back into a slow fill until the tank is at the 100% level. And then at that time, they will go into a replenish mode so that while small amounts are being vaporized off into the air, we continuously add small amounts of liquid hydrogen and oxygen so that the tank is always maintained at a full flight load. The liquid hydrogen tank holds about 385,000 gallons of liquid hydrogen when it's full and stores that super cold propellant at a temperature of about minus 423 degrees Fahrenheit. The liquid oxygen tank, on the other hand, stores the oxygen about minus 297 degrees Fahrenheit, and its full flight load is about 1,374,000 pounds. Everything continuing to go smoothly here. We'll continue with the loading of the external tank until about the T-minus 3 hour mark. That will be at approximately 3 a.m. this morning. At that time, the countdown will enter a 1 hour hold where we have an ice frost inspection team that will go out to the pad to look over the external tank, make sure there's no excessive frost or ice that is building up on the tank, which could fall off and hit the orbiter's fragile tile system on liftoff. As we come out of that hold, we'll have the flight crew coming out to the launch pad, getting in the Columbia, and of course taking it down to a liftoff, which we still plan for 7:19 this morning. So everything continuing to go well here, loading the external tank with propellants. T-minus 5 hours, 26 minutes and counting. This is shuttle launch control. This is shuttle launch control, T-minus 4 hours, 57 minutes and counting. The launch team continuing to fill the external tank with the super cold liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen propellants, maintaining that filling in a fast fill mode at the present time. A couple of activities that have been picked up the past half hour have been a gimbal profile of the twin orbital maneuvering system engines, which is a pre-programmed pattern that they move the engine nozzles on the two orbital maneuvering pods and then check to make sure that those systems are working properly. And we have also picked up on the pre-flight calibration of the Orbiter's 3 inertial measurement units. The 3 inertial measurement units are used by the orbiter navigation system to determine the position of the orbiter in flight, and is one of the critical elements which must work properly in order for the launch to take place. Things continuing to go well here. The chatter on the operations loop is very minimal at this time. No one reporting any problems. Things looking very good. Weather also supporting liftoff, anticipated this morning at 7:19 a.m. T-minus 4 hours, 56 minutes and counting. This is Shuttle Launch Control. This is Shuttle Launch Control. T-minus 4 hours, 27 minutes and counting. Loading of the external tank with propellants continues on schedule. The level of the liquid oxygen tank is now about 59% full, and the liquid hydrogen tin is just shy of 95% full. And just very shortly from now, we'll make a transition where the fast fill in the hydrogen tank will be completed. We'll go back to a very slow fill, back up to a 100% level in that liquid hydrogen tank. The other activity been completed here in the past hour or so is the activation of all 3 of the orbiter's fuel cells. These, of course, produce electricity for the orbiter during the mission, and presently the fuel cells are helping to share some of the load that the orbiter calls for in terms of electricity with ground power supplies. So they are up and activating, helping provide the orbiter with the electrical power that it needs. The orbiter doesn't go on to a full internal power until just several minutes for the actual liftoff. So everything continuing to go well here. The NASA test director, Norm Carlson, just has recently briefed the launch team and told them that at the present there are no open problems that would constrain the launch. So everything continuing to look good here for 7:19 liftoff this morning. T-minus 4 hours, 26 minutes and counting. This is Shuttle Launch Control.
This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 3 hours, 57 minutes, 56 seconds, and counting. The liquid hydrogen has reached the 98% level in the external tank. The fast fill mode is now complete, and we're starting liquid hydrogen topping and stabilization to 100%. This takes approximately 30 minutes. We have 3 holds remaining in the countdown for this morning's launch. There's a 1 hour hold at T-minus 3 hour point, and 2 10-minute holds which come at the T-minus 20-minute point and the T-minus 9-minute point. Everything going very smoothly in the countdown as we look forward to a liftoff of STS-5 at 7:19 a.m. Eastern Standard Time this morning. The countdown at T-minus 3 hours, 57 minutes and counting. This is Shuttle Launch Control. This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 3 hours, 29 minutes and counting. Everything going very smoothly in the countdown of STS-5. The liquid oxygen has reached the 98% mark on the external tank, and fast fill of that tank has been stopped, and the launch team is beginning liquid oxygen topping. Topping of the tank to the 100% mark will take an additional 20 minutes. The topping of the liquid hydrogen tank has also been completed. It is now at the 100% mark, and replenish mode will take place during the rest of the countdown up to just before the T0. The ice inspection crew has moved out to the roadblock to stand by so that when we have reached a stable condition on the pad, they will be able to move into the pad to take a look at the external tank and other parts of the vehicle to ensure that there's no ice buildup, anything that might shake loose during liftoff and do some damage to the thermal protection system on the orbiter. The weather looks satisfactory for this morning's launch, both here at the Kennedy Space Center and in the recovery area for the ships which will pick up and retrieve the solid rocket boosters. Everything going smoothly. The countdown clock at T-minus 3 hours, 27 minutes, 30 seconds and counting. This is Shuttle Launch Control. This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 3 hours, 10 minutes and counting. Both the liquid hydrogen and the liquid oxygen are both at the stable level. We have completed the filling of those tanks and topping and are now in the replenish mode. All of the major tasks have been completed up to the point where we go into the 3-hour build-in hold. And the ice inspection team, which normally goes in that hold, into the pad during that hold, has been cleared through the roadblock to proceed to the pad. The ice inspection team will be looking for any ice buildup that might occur on the external tank or enter the associated structures on the main propulsion system of the orbiter. Everything going very smoothly in the countdown as we proceed towards an on-time liftoff of STS-5 at 7:19 a.m. this morning. The countdown at T-minus 3 hours, 9 minutes and counting. This is Shuttle Launch Control. This is Shuttle Launch Control at just 45 seconds away from the T-minus 3 hour point and the 1 hour build-in hold. During this hold, pre-flight alignment of the inertial measurement units will begin. Also, the ice and frost inspection team is in the pad area and will be checking the external tank for buildup of anything that might cause concern for the safety of the thermal protection system during liftoff. Build-in holds are periods when any tasks that are not completed during the normal time can be caught up without impacting the launch time. As it is, everything has been going very smoothly. Both the oxygen and the hydrogen tanks on the external tank have been filled and are in a stable replenish mode. T-minus 3 hours and holding. This is the last of the long build-in holds in the countdown as we prepare for liftoff of STS-5 on time at 7:19 a.m. Eastern Standard Time this morning. The ice inspection team is presently on the mobile launcher platform. They are in the process of taking a look at the main propulsion system on the orbiter and the base portion of the external tank. What they're looking for is any possible buildup of ice that might occur on either the gimbal struts that go to the main engines or any of the piping that goes down through the main engines. These areas are quite subject to ice buildup under certain atmospheric conditions. The relative humidity this morning is 80% out near the pad, and the temperature will be about 70 degrees at liftoff. We are not anticipating that there'll be any problems with ice buildup. After they've completed their look from the base of the mobile launcher, they will be going up to the 195-foot level and then up to the 215-foot level to take a look at the top of the tank and the midpoint on the tank. Up in the white room on the 195-foot level, on the crew access arm, the crew which prepares the orbiter for the ingress of the astronauts is already up there and working. They're in the process of adjusting their face masks to ensure that they would have a oxygen supply if necessary. Prior to the ingress of the astronauts, a check of the oxygen levels in the crew cabin is always taken. Everything going very smoothly in the countdown this morning. We are in the last of the long holds, a 1 hour build-in hold at the T-minus 3 hour point. We have 2 more build-in holds, 2 10-minute build-in holds which come at the T-minus 20-minute point and the T-minus 9-minute point. During this hold period will also come a decision on waking the flight crew. At that point, the NASA test director and launch director are saying that we are in a position to move ahead with great confidence that we will be able to launch on time. We're not quite to that point yet when he must make a decision, but that will come in approximately 20 minutes from now. The countdown clock at T-minus 3 hours and holding. This is Shuttle Launch Control. This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 3 hours and holding. We have approximately 40 minutes remaining in this build-in hold before coming out of it and beginning the countdown once again. The NASA test director has given the go for astronaut crew wake-up. The crew of Vance Brand, Bob Overmeyer, Joe Allen, and Bill Lenore got to sleep later in the countdown than previous crews because they do not have to wear the bulky pressure suits. However, they'll have an extremely busy day with the launch from the first satellite of from the Space Shuttle coming about 8 hours after liftoff. The wake-up of the crew is one of the major milestones in the countdown because flight directors have determined over a period of years that they do not want the astronauts to exceed more than 6 hours in a cockpit before launch or more than 19 hours on the mission prior to the first sleep period. The crew was able to sleep an extra 40 minutes this morning because of the change in the suiting process. Although they will not be wearing their pressure suits, they will be wearing special flight helmets which seal around the face rather than lock onto suits. The video going out to the world from the Kennedy Space Center on STS-5 goes by way of satellite, which is shared with the operational people. And the operational people take over the satellite at various times during the countdown in order to have conferences on weather and other matters between the Kennedy Space Center and the Johnson Space Center in Houston. The satellite is used for this purpose between 3:30 and 4:09 a.m., between 5:55 and 6:25 a.m., and between 6:49 and 6:59 a.m. At the point where we get the satellite back at the final time, there is just 20 minutes remaining prior to liftoff. The countdown has been going very smoothly this morning, so that we are slightly ahead of the normal activities during this build-in hold. The ice inspection team is already on the pad, and also the astronaut closeout crew, which is up preparing for the arrival of the flight crew at the pad area. The flight crew will not be coming out to the pad, though, until we get to approximately the 2-hour and 5-minute point in the countdown. So everything going smoothly, expecting a liftoff on time at 7:19 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. The countdown clock holding at the moment at T-minus 3 hours. This is Shuttle Launch Control. This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 3 hours and holding. We have approximately 26 minutes remaining in this build-in hold prior to picking up the countdown.
This is the NASA Johnson Space Center Air-to-Ground Select Audio Release Circuit. This is the NASA Johnson Space Center Air-to-Ground Select Audio Release Circuit.
White room on the crew access arm to the orbiter. The team is preparing for the arrival of the flight crew at the pad. Among the things which they do there in the White Room is that they prepare the various tools that need to be taken into the orbiter and account for them and ensure that they can get them out prior to the launch, those things which do not belong in the orbiter. At the present time, they're taking a look at the vests which will be worn by the crew when they go into the orbiter. For the first time, the crew will not be wearing their flight suits. They will not be wearing pressurized garments because of the 4 people flying on this flight and the fact that we have finished the developmental phase of the orbiter program. The crew will be wearing coveralls. During the launch, they will be wearing helmets which will supply them with oxygen, and they will be wearing a vest which is used for emergency egress by way of the slide wire if necessary. Everything has been going very smoothly in the countdown. We have approximately 24 minutes remaining. We come out at exactly 3:59 Eastern Standard Time and begin the clock once again. The crew will be moving out to the pad at approximately 2 hours and 5 minutes in the count. Looking for an on-time liftoff this morning at 7:19 a.m. This is Shuttle Launch Control. This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 3 hours and holding. We have just about 8 minutes remaining in this built-in hold before coming out once again and continuing the countdown. At the present time, the ICE inspection team is back down on the top of the mobile launcher platform, completing their inspection there. They are dressed in non-static flame retardant coveralls, and they carry gas masks for emergency use. The purpose of the ICE inspection team is simply to ensure that there is no ice buildup on either the main propulsion system of the orbiter or the external tank itself, which could produce damage during liftoff or could cause a problem where the engines could not be gimbaled properly during the tests, which come very close to the liftoff time. Once they've completed their inspection, they will be on their way back to the Launch Control Center, where they'll make a report to Launch Director Al O'Hara on what they found. Everything, though, has been going very smoothly in the countdown. The astronauts have been awakened and should be in the breakfast room at the present time preparing for breakfast. We have just about 5 minutes remaining, 5 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in this built-in hold before coming out once again. There will be 2 more built-in holds in our countdown this morning. They are both 10 minutes in duration, and one comes at the T-minus 20-minute point and one at the T-minus 9-minute point. The weather looks satisfactory for launch in the KSC area and in the recovery area, and also at Edwards Air Force Base, where we would have an abort once around should that be necessary. Out at Edwards, there are scattered clouds, fairly light winds, and visibility is of more than 7 miles. At Northrop Strip in White Sands, New Mexico, the conditions are not too good. Visibility is less than 2 miles with dust storms. Temperature is 58 degrees out there, and the clouds are scattered to overcast. Just about 5 minutes remaining in this built-in hold. Everything going smoothly. This is Shuttle Launch Control. This is Shuttle Launch Control. The flight crew, Bob Overmeyer, Vance Brand, Dr. Bill Lenore, and Dr. Joe Allen have just gone into the breakfast room to prepare to have their breakfast prior to making the trip out to the pad. Right in the foreground is a cake with a orbiter on it. The design is the design of the crew patch for this particular crew. This is the very first of the 4-man crews, the very first operational flight, the very first EVA in orbit. Joining the astronaut crew for breakfast includes the Associate Administrator, General James Abramson. The crew is arranged going from Bob Overmeyer on the left to Vance Brand to Bill Lenore to Joe Allen. One of the things which has had to be changed in the orbiter has been the accommodations for the crew. 2 additional seats had to be put in, and unfortunately one of the crew members will get to sit up on the flight deck and one down in the mid-deck. For the launch, astronaut Lenore will be up with Vance Brand and Bob Overmeyer, Vance Brand being the commander, and Joe Allen will be in the mid-deck. When they return back to Earth from orbit, then Joe Allen will be sitting up on the flight deck, and Lenore will be in the mid-deck area. Bob Overmeyer has spent a lot of time at the Kennedy Space Center during his training. He was involved with the completion of the manufacturing of the orbiter Columbia, spent about a year at the Kennedy Space Center. Each of the astronauts has other duties which they're assigned to during the periods when they are not in direct training for a specific flight. The cake, which is in the design of the crew patch, is a tradition for each of the flights, and is made by Nancy Gunter, who is the manager of the astronaut office here at the Kennedy Space Center. Normally, the traditional breakfast, which is eaten by the astronaut, is steak and eggs. We understand that they may be having cereal this morning, though, and that, of course, is their option. The flight crew selects a menu and prior to each flight. John Young, the commander of the first mission, is also at breakfast with the astronauts. On past missions, the next step for the astronauts after they completed their breakfast was a trip to the suiting room, which took about 40 minutes for them to have their biomedical monitors attached to their bodies and to put on the pressure suits. On this particular mission, they will be wearing the coveralls, which they're dressed in now for breakfast, and will not have to put on the bulky pressure suits. We are just coming up on the pickup of the countdown once again. We're at T-minus 3 hours and counting. We're just about 45 minutes away from the time when the astronauts will begin their trip to the pad, and on time in all aspects of STS-5. The countdown clock at T-minus 2 hours, 59 minutes, 40 seconds and counting. This is Shuttle Launch Control. This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 2 hours, 45 minutes and counting. Everything has been going very smoothly in the countdown. Out on the pad, the closeout crew is in the process of preparing the crew cabin for the flight crew to arrive. Among other things, they prepare the seats for the ingress of the astronauts. They lay out the helmets which will be used during the liftoff and re-entry phase. The helmets that will be worn by the astronauts this time are the type that are worn by pilots, where the only seal on the helmet is around the face area, and is a backup system to supply oxygen if there should be a problem in the cabin. As it was on the first 4 flights, everything was very satisfactory, and that's why the astronauts are flying without pressure suits in this particular mission. The astronauts should be leaving their crew quarters about 15 minutes from now and departing for the pad. The weather in the area is satisfactory for launch this morning. There is some light drizzle in the area, but it's not expected to be a problem. The temperature at launch should be 70 degrees, humidity 80%. Surface winds will be approximately 10 knots out of the east-northeast, and there will be some scattered clouds at all levels, but visibility should be greater than 7 miles. The highest winds which the spacecraft will encounter will be 85 knots at the 35,000-foot level. There is only approximately a 20% chance of any lightning in the area, which would be a problem and a constraint to the launch. In the solid rocket booster recovery area, the conditions are satisfactory also. There are clouds, scattered clouds, about a 20% chance of rain, and the seas are running 6 to 9 feet. The countdown clock at T-minus 2 hours, 42 minutes, 35 seconds and counting. This is Shuttle Launch Control. This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 2 hours, 33 minutes, 30 seconds and counting. The NASA test director has given permission for the flight crew to leave the operations and checkout building and proceed to the pad. This means that everything is going smoothly in the count. If any problems were known at this point, the crew would remain in their quarters until that problem had been resolved. Out at the pad, the support astronauts have been instructed by the orbiter test conductor to configure the switches in the crew compartment of the orbiter for the arrival of the flight crew. The MILA, or Merritt Island Communications and Tracking System antenna, which transmits and receives communications from the launch vehicle, has been aligned. The telemetry system used for transmitting data and information has been verified to be operating properly. And the flight crew, led by Vance Brand, Bob Overmeyer, Bill Lenore, and Joe Allen, has gone into the elevator. There's a big sign beside that elevator saying, "Good luck to the crew." And a large group of employees waiting in the lobby for the crew to emerge from the operations and checkout building where the crew quarters are located and get in the Astrovan for the trip to the pad. We expect that the crew will be emerging in the order that they will be entering the orbiter, and they're coming out of the elevator now, led by Commander Vance Brand, Bob Overmeyer beside him, and then the true mission specialist, and Bill Lenore is holding up a sign which identifies Director of Flight Operations George Abbey from the Johnson Space Center. This was a little joke by the crew because George Abbey was listed as an unidentified NASA official at White Sands on the landing out there. The Astrovan being closed up by a security man, and the light comes on for the ride out to the pad. It takes about 15 minutes for the trip out to the pad. That's a distance of about 5 miles or more. A number of press at the site watching the crew coming out and leaving the operations and checkout building. Everything on the pad is in readiness for their arrival. The closeout crew is in the crew compartment and has been preparing that. And right now, the support astronaut is configuring the switches in the crew compartment for their arrival. We're running somewhat ahead of the timeline here on many of the tasks in preparing for this launch of the 5th Space Shuttle mission. The countdown clock at T-minus 2 hours, 30 minutes, 15 seconds and counting. This is Shuttle Launch Control. This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 2 hours, 18 minutes and counting. The Astrovan and convoy that are bringing the 4-man crew for STS-5 is just coming up toward the pad area at the present time. On board the orbiter, the closeout crew has been preparing for their arrival and has everything in readiness. The timeline running quite a bit ahead now, more than 15 minutes ahead of the normal countdown procedure. One of the things which happened was that the supply of drinking water has been monitored to ensure that there's enough room to accept the water being made by the fuel cells for the next 9.5 hours. If it's decided that there's not enough room in those tanks, the water will be drained to get the systems to the proper level. The NASA test conductor has just checked with the engineers monitoring the many systems to verify that all systems meet the launch commit criteria prior to crew boarding. All of the various engineers checked so far have said that they are ready to go. It's about a 15-minute drive from the crew quarters out to the pad area, and the Astrovan has gone past the vehicle assembly building where their vehicle was prepared for the launch, and past the Saturn V, which is on display there, which had been launched from this very same pad during the Apollo program and during the Apollo Soyuz and the various Skylab programs. Much of the equipment and the facilities which are used in the shuttle program began with the Apollo program and were converted to shuttle configuration prior to the first flight of the Space Shuttle. The mobile launch platform on which the vehicle is resting was one that was used in the Apollo program. There were 3 from the Apollo program. 2 have been converted, and the 3rd will be converted in the future. The fixed service structure, which rises up beside the vehicle, was one that was on one of the mobile launch platforms and now has been fixed permanently to the pad. The closeout crew at the pad are waiting for the arrival of the astronauts there at the present time. Everything going smoothly. The count at T-minus 2 hours, 15 minutes and counting. This is shuttle launch control. This is shuttle launch control. T-minus 2 hours, 11 minutes, 5 seconds and counting. And the flight crew has reached the White Room on the crew access arm and are preparing for their entry into the orbiter. Commander Vance Brand closest to the door, and Bob Overmeyer. Actually gets a little crowded when there's 4 people up there to get into the orbiter. They're putting on their sort of vest. This is a vest which would be used in the case of an emergency egress from the orbiter. It would be used in their slide down the slide wire that would take them to safety if there should be a problem with the vehicle on the pad. Once they get into orbit, these vests will be taken off. Although they could not be seen very well before, they were part of the pressure suits that were worn previously. Since the pressure suits don't have to be worn this time, the vests are worn over their coveralls and are used if there should be an emergency where the crew has to exit the orbiter in a hurry and ride down the side wire in a gondola to the base.
112 and 119.
This mode can be used, and Vance Brand has just entered the orbiter, followed by pilot Bob Overmeyer. This is much faster than on previous flights, where their suit technician had to check many aspects of the suit prior to their entrance. Sort of like leaving your house and running out to the car to go on a trip to the store. In this case, they're going on a trip up into orbit, about 185 miles above the Earth, deploy 2 satellites, and take part in a number of experiments, including one in which the mission specialist, who should be entering the White Room momentarily, will be going outside of the orbiter for the first EVA, or extravehicular activity, by the United States in about 9 years. The closeout crew that is up assisting the astronauts includes astronaut, and now Dr. Bill Lenore, one of the mission specialists, has come into the White Room, and he's preparing to put on the vest that's used for emergency egress over his flight suit as well, and he'll be followed closely by Dr. Joe Allen. Bill Lenore will be seated up on the flight deck, and Joe Allen will be seated down in the mid-deck on 2 additional seats which were installed since the last flight. On the previous flights of the shuttle, ejection seats were used in case of an emergency. Those have now been inerted. Vance Brown and Bob Overmeyer, wisecracking at a press conference recently, said that they wouldn't want to leave behind the passengers if there was an emergency. After the Columbia has returned to the Kennedy Space Center, those ejection seats will be taken out between now and the next flight. The next flight of Columbia will be one in which it will carry the European Space Lab up into orbit, and that's scheduled for just about a year from now. Bill Lenore all ready to get in, and Joe Allen on the walkway ready to come into the White Room. Dr. Lenore seated now, waiting for his turn to enter the orbiter. Helping the astronauts with their entrance, preparing for them to get there, and making sure that the cockpit has been properly configured, and then that all of the extraneous tools are removed, is a crew of 4. It includes a technician. A astronaut, includes a suit technician and a couple of mechanical technicians to ensure that all systems are working properly. Dr. Joe Allen in the room now. Meanwhile, everything has been going very smoothly in the countdown. The sensors on the face of one of the astronauts is part of the continuing tests which are conducted in space on the effects of spaceflight on the astronaut. This becomes more and more critical as we look forward to the next step in the space program, which would be the orbiting of a low Earth orbiting space station.
Go ahead, ISL.
Dr. Allen is much more instrumented than the other astronauts on this particular flight. He is in the process of getting his vest on also. Again, these vests are used if there should be a necessity for an emergency egress from the orbiter. Even after the access arm is removed from beside the orbiter, if there should be an emergency, that can be put back in place in about 10 seconds. Everything going smoothly in the countdown. We have just run through a status check, and all systems are in their proper configuration. There's no violation of any of the launch commit criteria at the present time. The countdown clock at T-minus 2 hours, 4 minutes, 25 seconds and counting. This is Shuttle Launch Control.
ASP OTC.
Good.
Be advised, Kathy's on her way up.
OTC ISL. OTC ISL.
Go ahead, ISL.
Yes, we have DFI data invalid right now. I'd like to have ASPA to check channel R11.
Oh, have we pulled on the lanyard?
Here, so.
ASP OTC.
Just good.
R11.
Stand by.
What do you think happened, ISL? Somebody stepped on it?
It appears so, yes. It should be in DC and MU1. Stand by. You want PCMU1?
Yes, firm.
Copy. PCMMU1 now. Copy. And we have DFI validated.
All right, thank you.
And OTC-ASP will be running the seats.
Understand. Crew leader OTC.
As far as our crew leader goes?
Yes, we have to have somebody go down to the suit tech, go down to the base of the elevator and pick up a package.
Okay, suit tech is busy right now. Can I send one of the mechs?
Yes, please.
I copy. OTC ISL.
Go ahead, ISL.
Step 236 is complete.
Thank you.
OTC, this is MPS.
Go ahead, MPS.
MPS helium pressurization complete.
Thank you.
Yep. OTC, CDR, how do you read?
I read you loud and clear, CDR. How many?
Roger, loud and clear.
Thank you, sir.
OTC, PLT, how do you read?
PLT, OTC, loud and clear. How many?
Loud and clear, sir.
Thank you.
OTC, ASP.
Go ahead, ASP.
So how are we coming on that package?
I believe it's here.
Okay, what kind of structure we got?
I saw somebody opening something. Crew leader, is the package up there?
That's affirmative, the package has arrived.
Okay. Okay, CDR and PLT, this is NTD on air to ground 1. How do you read?
NTD, CDR, loud and clear. NTD, PLT, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you.
OTC, close that crew.
Go ahead.
Okay, do you have any word of two card holders
This
being...
is Shuttle Launch Control
left of the
at T-minus 1 hour, 56 minutes and counting. At the
Not
present
per
time,
se,
the mission specialists,
I
Bill
didn't know what
Lenore
item
and
was
Joe
in the
Allen,
package.
are in the
they were
White
not in
Room
the package
waiting
we
for their
received.
turn to get into the orbiter. One of the things which television viewers will be able to notice is the instrumentation on Joe Allen. This is part of one of the most ambitious
switch reconfiguration.
programs to date to determine
stand by a
what
moment.
problems
COSC, OTC.
cause motion sickness during the
You verify
flight
0300?
into orbit of the astronauts. Joe Allen has been heavily instrumented, and
And
the
also
instruments
301.
are being recorded
Yeah,
with a small recorder which is attached to his flight suit, and the tapes will be studied after he returns to the Johnson Space Center. The countdown has been going very smoothly, and we're expecting an on-time liftoff at 7:19 a.m. Eastern Standard Time this morning. All aspects of the orbiter are in satisfactory condition at the present time. The weather in the areas here at the Kennedy Space Center, the recovery area for the solid rocket boosters, are satisfactory, as well as at Edwards Air Force Base. Conditions are not satisfactory for an abort once around at the White Sands Northrop Strip, and so their AOA would not go into that particular area. There are high winds and dust storms in the area at the present time at White Sands. This is the first flight of the Space Shuttle Columbia with a 4-man crew, and the commander Vance Brand and pilot Bob Overmeyer are on board. Bill Lenore waiting now for his chance to enter. Bill Lenore will be known as EV1 during the flight, and will be sitting on the flight deck during the launch from the Kennedy Space Center this morning. Dr. Joe Allen will be sitting in the middeck and will be known as EV2 during the mission. the EV, referring to the fact that both of the mission specialists will be going outside of the crew compartment into the payload bay of the orbiter during the flight to determine how easy it is to move around that payload bay and how easy it is to use the workstation and the various tools which have been developed during the past few years for use on the orbiter. One of the first tasks in which those tools might be used in the future will be for the retrieval and the repair of the Solar Maximum mission satellite, which is in orbit where it can be reached by the shuttle on a future flight.
See no reason why you can't pick up with 309.
During the countdown, the 5 onboard computers are updated or loaded several times.
Correct?
At T-minus 19 and a half hours, the 4 primary computers all receive the final load from the mass memory units in the orbiter, and then all 4 are run together and the information in them compared to ensure that all of them understand the same things. This is important since they act as a committee during flight and vote among themselves as to whether they are directing the flight to do the proper thing. At T-minus 20 minutes, another chance occurs to update the computers if necessary, and one of the 4 computers is read out and compared with that of what should be identical programs contained in the firing room data processing system console. At T-minus 18 minutes, additional opportunity occurs to input any changes. At T-minus 9 minutes in the count, the countdown begins to be controlled by the ground launch sequencer. During this period, the ground launch sequencer sends commands to the onboard flight computers, which then report back when their tasks have been completed. At 28 seconds, the system is reversed, and the onboard computers take over the final seconds of the countdown, and the ground launch sequencer simply monitors what they are doing, but has to send a command ordering the start of the main engines. At T-minus 8 minutes in the count, the backup computer is programmed with frequency changes and antenna changes to ensure that it has the latest information to enable the orbiter to speak to various ground tracking stations as it circles the Earth. Because of the different capabilities of different ground stations, it's necessary to change the way in which information is sent to them. Bill Lenore, just entering the orbiter at the present time, followed by Dr. Joe Allen, who is standing by and has a camera and apparently is taking a picture of Bill Lenore entering. Joe Allen instrumented with a number of sensors which will be monitoring what is happening in his head in the various fluid compartments in the skull case, and monitoring also the brainwave activity. Other sensors will be taking a look at the eye movement during the launch and on orbit to try and determine whether or not there are some additional steps that can be taken to reduce the possibility of motion sickness in astronauts as they go into orbit. Motion sickness primarily occurring at the beginning of a mission while the astronauts are adapting to the zero-gravity environment. Everything continuing to go smoothly in our countdown. The countdown clock at T-minus 1 hour, 49 minutes, 30 seconds and counting. This is Shuttle Launch Control.
AFT OTC.
Go ahead, OTC.
Okay, are we holding up ingress to the final crew member for the Q card holder?
That's negative. We're just pressing on.
Say again, please.
I said we're pressing on.
Okay. Okay, and AFT OTC.
Go ahead.
You can do that caution warning volume adjust at your discretion.
We will not be doing that.
Not be doing it, okay. CPVD OTC.
Sleep DVD.
Go 132 temporarily, please.
Okay. OTC COSC.
Go ahead, COSC.
309 is complete. 311, 312, 313, 314.
Thank you. ASPA OTC.
Go ahead, OTC.
Okay. Where were those Q card holders? Were they in the lab?
Beats me, they're supposed to come out in this package that,
Yeah. Okay.
OTC, this is Flight Crew Systems.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'd like to ask if what he's looking for are the flipbook backboards.
so that's the firm.
Okay, we've got some that may have been left, and they are in the ONC building, and we can send them right out.
I'll send them out as quick as can.
Okay.
And we be advised we can go without them if we have to, obviously.
Okay. OTC?
Go ahead. Bring them out.
Okay, how is the, I'm sure we can get some
This is
transportation
Shuttle
to
Launch
get them on out,
Control at
but,
T-minus 1 hour, 42
some
minutes
hazardous
and
badging or
counting.
something to get through?
The
Safety
fourth
left,
of
Gordon.
the astronaut crew has boarded the orbiter
Okay,
Columbia,
I'll send them right to the
preparing
roadblock.
for an on-time launch this morning at 7:19 a.m. Eastern
Do you
Standard
have
Time.
name, Flight Crew Systems?
Dr. Joe
Not right
Allen
now, but as soon as
was
I
the
get one,
final
I'll
of the
let you know.
astronauts to go in. Each of the astronauts has to be assisted into their seat to ensure that all of the seats are in the proper position, that
Good,
they have
Okay, we have got
the proper
Red Crew assembled.
Thank you.
instrumentation hooked up, and they have assistance with putting on their helmets. Unlike previous flights of the Columbia, the astronauts are not wearing their pressurized suits this time. They're wearing coveralls. This is topped by a vest sort of thing, which would be used in an emergency to fasten them to the gondola, which is used on a slide wire to leave the launch tower if there should be a problem. They also wear helmets, which is similar to helmets worn by pilots, that seals around the face to ensure that they have the
Go ahead, close out crew leader. Okay, that package
to ensure that they have the proper oxygen supply. This should not be necessary. On all of the previous flights, the cabin stayed at the proper pressure. However, this is one of those safety systems which is used
Okay, he is leaving right
along
now,
with many,
and
many
the
other
personnel
backup
who will be
systems
carrying
in
it
the
is Dick
orbiter.
Snyder.
The solid rocket booster rate gyros have been
Yes,
turned
that's
on, and a gaseous nitrogen purge of the
Copy,
solid
close out,
rocket
crew leader.
booster aft
Copy.
skirt has begun. The rate gyros are used by the orbiter navigation systems to determine the rate of motion of the solid rocket boosters. During their 2 minutes of flight, the simulation of the first motion of the shuttle has been sent to the Johnson Space Center Range Safety and Firing Room to test the system, which indicates liftoff. In the white room up on the access arm to the orbiter, the closeout crew is in the process of removing some of the things which are not needed in the orbiter during the flight. There is various pads which are used to help the astronauts enter into the orbiter. Those have been removed, and shortly the platform that is used right at the orbiter door will be taken down and the hatch prepared for closing. The countdown going smoothly. The clock at T-minus 1 hour, 39 minutes and counting. This is Shuttle Launch Control.
OTC, CGLS 212.
Go ahead, GLS.
Okay, GLS functionalization, initialization complete.
Thank you.
OTC, ASP.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we're doing the biomed activation at this time on position 2.
Understand.
And OTC, did you copy ASP on the biomed?
I copy. CBSE OTC. Verify reception, MS1 EOG.
Roger, CBSE, and we're getting EOG now.
Thank you. Okay, all systems 1212, want to have exceptions verify that you're ready for crew module closeout. Anybody has any system objection to closing out the crew module? Would like to hear about it at this time. ASP OTC. Okay, we're about 4 minutes ahead, but you can close out the crew module for flight.
Okay, we're all set other than those two cars.
Okay, how about that sequence 348? Is that going to be a perform or not perform?
Yes, sir. MS1 is loud and clear, sir. MS2, loud and clear.
Thank you. Switching to next channel. Okay, CDR, PLT, MS2, MS1, OTC on 214, how copy?
CDR loud and clear. PLT loud and clear. MS1 loud and clear. MS2.
Thank you. Helical A going off. Okay, CDR, PLT, MS1, MS2, OTC 215, how copy?
CDR loud and clear. PLT loud and clear. MS1 loud and clear. MS2.
Okay. CDR, PLT, MS1, MS2, OTC 211, how copy?
CDR loud and clear. PLT a little scratchy. MS1, you're loud and clear. MS2.
All right, gentlemen. Okay, astrocom checks complete. Flight OTC.
OTC is flight on air ground 1.
Yes, sir, you can conduct the air-to-ground voice checks.
CDR and PLT, this is Houston on air ground 1. How do you copy?
Stand by until we configure Bob.
OTC, CCSC.
This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 1 hour, 30 minutes
Okay, please
and
repeat,
counting.
Houston.
Astronauts
CDR and
Stan
PLT, this
Strand,
is Houston
Bob
on air ground 1. How
Obermeyer,
do you copy?
Bill Lenore,
CDR
and
clear,
Joe
ground 1.
Allen, presently going through voice checks with Houston to
Okay,
ensure
Columbia,
that their
let's configure for
communications
ground 2.
between the orbiter and the Mission Control Center in Houston are satisfactory. Everything running a little bit ahead of the timeline as we go through the countdown, looking for a liftoff on time at 7:19 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. The closeout crew in the White Room is in the process of removing a number of items from the orbiter.
How do you copy?
This includes such things as the personal equipment transfer bag, the visor protectors for the helmets, the various checklists, an inspection mirror, pen light, seat back angle servicing unit, mid-deck floor covers,
MS1 and MS2,
the
this is Houston on simultaneous
Holmes
check.
engine switch guards,
Loud and clear on
and a meter and the flight data file plastic bag. It's essential that any extraneous material that's not needed on the flight be taken out, as well as anything that might float around the
copy.
cabin
The two
during the
MS1s are
time that
both
they're
loud
in
and clear, and
zero
this will
gravity
conclude the,
and
voice check.
possibly cause problems. A number of checklists are used at every phase of the countdown to ensure that nothing is left to chance and nothing is left behind. The door to the hatch has had its cover taken off and being prepared for closing. There is a special air conditioning duct that runs through that door into the hatch, and that will be removed in just a few minutes from now. The voice checks on the comm loops going very smoothly, as is the countdown at T-minus 1 hour, 28 minutes and counting. This is Shuttle Launch Control.
Yes. I think you were on 212 at the time. You were coming up air to ground 1.
OTC, CDR is loud and clear.
CDR, this OTC on UHF, how copy?
CDR loud and clear.
CCSE, OTC 212.
CCSE.
Okay. You happy with that retest?
No, I don't know. Let me see. Hang on. OTC, CCSE.
Go ahead.
Okay, I hear that sounded good.
All right. Okay, close out crew leader OTC.
Close out crew leader, go.
Okay, as soon as the ASP gets out, IC is out, you can go ahead and proceed with the closeout of the crew compartment hatch for flight. course, I know you want to wait for that package. If it gets there, fine. If it doesn't, close it out.
Okay, we're going to work as to the point that we can, and then I'll get back with you.
Okay. Close out crew leader OTC.
Let's close our crew, good there.
The article should be coming up the elevator now.
The article is on the 195-foot level right now.
Okay. How's that for quick?
STC, let's close out crew leader.
Go ahead.
Okay, items have been put in the crew module.
Thank you.
And we are going to proceed with closeout at this time.
Thank you.
OTC, Sam QC.
Go ahead, QC.
Okay, the closeout crew, could we get verification of TPS-15 at this time?
Is that flight crew system TPS-15?
That's affirmed. We need a Q-by on that.
Flight crew systems OTC 212.
Okay, this is flight crew system.
You copy? You need a Q from closeout of TPS-15.
Okay, that's the special flight data file?
Affirm.
Okay. That would be performed by the astronauts.
Copy CMQC.
All right, copy. Can they verify that complete at this time?
ASB OTC.
Yeah, that has been completed.
Thank you.
I copy. Be advised that TPS is complete and verified.
Thank you. CDPS OTC.
Just TPS.
Okay, are you hard locked onto 17388 at 115, or you want to do it now?
We have to do that between the IMU post like now and no line.
All right. I knew there wasn't anything he could do about his. CGNC OTC.
Go ahead.
Okay, is 387 going to be completed at 115?
No, that's not complete there. We didn't do the pre-flight count. Second one.
Are you telling me I can perform the GMT delta adjust?
Yes, you can. And I would like to get a QC on 141.
Okay, and after that you're going to pick up with the 115, you're going to do the ACDAT?
That's correct, 5 o'clock.
Okay, you want us to do the GMT adjust before or after you do that?
That's before.
Okay, DPS.
TPS.
You can pick up with that deviation against 388 now at this time.
OTC, CMTC.
Go ahead.
That D at 388 has been canceled.
They canceled it?
That's firm.
We didn't get it canceled.
It was put in at a 140.
At 1 minute 40? Or correction, 1 hour 40 minutes?
Negative, that was a step of 140. OTC, we canceled that one yesterday. The crew didn't want to set up the countdown timer at that time.
All right. Bottom line is you're not going to do a GMT delta adjust at this point, right?
All right.
Or do you want to do just a delta adjust but no countdown timer adjust?
We want to do just the GMT delta adjust.
Okay, you want to do it as it was prior to the D?
Right.
Fine. You want to pick it up now?
Copy. Stand by.
Okay, so let's close that crew.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, the hatch is closed and locked at this time.
Thank you. All personnel on 212 be advised that CDS retrieval will be inoperative for the next 15 minutes.
OTC, CGNC.
Go ahead, GNC.
Yeah, we'd like to
Go ahead, Jerry.
We'd like to have a QC on 141.
Yeah, CMQC.
We have one there.
All right.
Okay. This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 1 hour, 17 minutes and counting. The hatch on the orbiter Columbia has been closed, and the closeout crew is in the process of removing the handle from the hatch, and will be putting in the plugs of orbiter insulating material. The plugs are actually screwed into the rest of the thermal protection system around the hatch, and has been machined for that purpose. The four-man closeout crew has completed their work with the astronauts. The astronauts are in their seat and have completed their communication check with the Mission Control Center in Houston. Everything has been going very smoothly in the countdown. An abort advisory check has been conducted. This is one of the backup system which indicates that a major problem has been detected and that the crew may have to get out quickly. This particular check involves a light which is used to signal the crew if normal voice communications have been lost. On the pad, they can either get out of the orbiter, run to the slide wire baskets, and ride down the wire to the bunker, or an M113 armored personnel escape vehicle. This wiring light will also be checked later in the count and can be used both while the orbiter is on the ground or in flight. The convoy, which would support the shuttle orbiter should it return to the landing facility at the Kennedy Space Center, is being positioned at the present time to support such a contingency. The convoy is made up of a number of vehicles, including a purge truck, which flows air through the vehicle to ensure there's no buildup of toxic gases, a cooling vehicle, which provides coolant for the electronic and other systems on board the orbiter. A special white room and stair truck is used by the astronauts to exit the vehicle. The crews are supported by escape-suited personnel who would monitor the vehicle after landing to ensure that no toxic propellants were escaping to endanger the landing support crews. The Kennedy Space Center will be used in case of an abort in two situations this morning. If there should be what is called an RTLS, a return to launch site abort, that would come back to the Kennedy Space Center. In such a case, if a problem should develop with the orbiter very, very early in the launch, the flight would continue normally until the solid rockets boosters burned out at 2 minutes, and then the vehicle would be turned around with the aft end of the orbiter and the three main engines pointing in a direction to halt the flight of the orbiter and to slow down the speed, and then start it on a return back to the launch site. The external tank would then be dumped when the hydrogen and oxygen were completed, and it would glide to a landing here at the shuttle landing facility at the Kennedy Space Center. The Kennedy Space Center also would be used in the case of an abort once around. This is a situation where we're not able to achieve the proper orbit because of the loss of an engine or so, and however, we do get into a low orbit. The orbiter and the crew take it around the Earth once and then land as they come around. And because of the weather problems at White Sands, which was the abort once around primary landing site, Kennedy has been selected in case that should be necessary. On the first four flights, of course, no aborts were necessary, and everything went to the end of the mission. End of the mission landing is expected out at Edwards Air Force Base just 5 days from now. The countdown going very smoothly. The closeout crew in the final stages of completing their sealing of the hatch on the orbiter, fixing the white room so that it can be drawn away from the skin of the orbiter. And then just in the last minutes of the countdown, the access arm will be swung away. The countdown clock at T-minus 1 hour, 12 minutes, 15 seconds in counting. This is shuttle launch control.
OTC, this is MS-1.
Go ahead, MS-1.
Yes, sir. While we're waiting for the leak check, I'd be happy to give your medical troops EOG calibration if they're ready.
CBSC. Biomed OTC 212.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. MS-1's ready to give you a calibration if you'd like.
Roger. Let me notify my folks downstairs, and I'll be back in 1 second.
Copy.
OTC, ECL 212.
Go ahead, ECL.
I need a cabin pressure reading from CDR on panel 01.
CDR, copy.
CDR 15.0.
Yeah, copy. OTC CBSE 212.
Go ahead, BSE.
Okay, we're ready for a Cal if Joe wants to go ahead with it.
MS1, you copy?
Oh, roger that. I'll give the horizontal and then the vertical, starting with the right.
OTC CGNC.
Go ahead, GNC.
Okay, that is in progress.
Thank you.
EOG calibration's finished. I'll give some high blinks.
Okay, OTC CBSE 212. We got the Cal. We got to discuss this a minute with the principal investigator.
Understand.
We'll be back with you. Copy.
And OTC CDR pressed off our master alarm for the cabin print.
Understand.
OTC CBSE 212.
Go ahead, CBSE.
Okay, that Cal is due for us on the EOG. Thank you.
Oh, good. Thank you. Copy, MS1.
Yes, sir. I appreciate the report.
No problem. CGNC, OTC 212. Go ahead. You want to pick up 402 by the clock?
Yeah, we'll do.
All right.
OTC CFQC at your convenience.
Go ahead, Rick.
Okay, page 430, 431, 432. Are they complete?
430 is not performed.
Copy, thank you.
31, 32 are complete.
Thank you.
OTC CDR, we're reading 17 on cabin pressure.
ECL, you copy?
ECL copy.
This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 1 hour, 4 minutes and counting. The pre-flight calibration of the inertial measurement units have been completed. The inertial measurement units are used to tell the guidance systems on the orbiter where it is in relationship to its launch pad here at the Kennedy Space Center. The launch countdown clock is being adjusted with Greenwich Mean Time. The Eastern Test Range safety hold fire checks have also begun.
Flight control.
This test verifies the ability of the range safety officer to stop the countdown during the last seconds of the count. The countdown going very smoothly at T-minus 1 hour, 3 minutes, 23 seconds and counting. This is Shuttle Launch Control.
Yeah, I know that, but are you ready to pick that up? You want to pick up, are you advising us we have to do 3, 4, 5, and 6, is that correct?
Yes, but also GMC is not complete yet. We're ready whenever. OTC CGNC.
Go ahead, GNC.
Okay, pre-flight line's been started.
All right, thank you. Okay, flight control is OTC.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you ready to pick up?
Yes, we can pick up.
Okay, DPS OTC.
This is DPS.
403 and sub.
I copy. CLT, DPS.
Go ahead.
Yes, on panel C2, the right COT select switch 3.
Right COT is 3.
And on the right keyboard to resume.
Resume.
Should have GPC memory up on COT 3.
That's verified. And in the cards with the concerns, we have a GPC memory on GPC or CRT1 and GPC memory on CRT3. Is that bother you?
Not at this moment. OFC is getting ready to call up their self-test. OTC DPS.
Go ahead.
Yes, 405 is complete.
Okay, that's also 406.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Flight controls pick up on 407.
Will come. OTC ECL 212.
Go ahead, ECL.
Okay, you can notify pad to continue the side heads close out for op support setup 20, and also we no longer need the breathing air system.
All right. Close out clearly, or you copy?
I copy.
Yeah.
CDR, this is CLS there.
go ahead.
We're about ready to perform the RGA self-test. We need you to monitor the self-test page 3. That's CRT3 for outer tolerance conditions. That'll be up and down arrows.
This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 57 minutes and counting. The rocket test conductor, or booster test conductor, is performing a calibration of the solid rocket booster's chamber pressure transducers. These transducers measure the pressure in the thrust chamber at the nozzle, and this information is used to tell the computer when to separate the solid rocket motors. The separation procedure begins when the chamber pressure falls below 50% of normal. Safety has confirmed that fire and rescue personnel are ready to support the launch, and the Land and Recovery Director has ordered the pilots to man the weather aircraft and take off as soon as they've received the latest weather briefing. The countdown continuing very smoothly. The clock at T-minus 56 minutes, 15 seconds and counting. This is shuttle launch control.
High test.
CDR, COSA.
Yeah.
Verify no up or down arrows.
CDR, no up or down arrows.
CLT-12.
Go ahead, ECL.
Gotta go on the bit redundancy checks. Thank you.
CDR, OTC.
CDR, go.
Okay, you available to do the cabin vent redundancy check?
I'm available. Roger.
Okay, would you perform that this time, please?
Roger, and what?
Yeah, we run away.
CDR cabin vent redundancy check complete.
Thank you, 467.
This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 54 minutes and counting. Crew Commander Vance Brand has just been assisting in performing a cabin leak check. The cabin vents are closed and the increase in pressure monitored. The cabin pressure reaches approximately 16.7 pounds per square inch, and this causes alarms in the cabin to go off, which also checks the safety systems. Additional cabin leak checks will be conducted later in the countdown. Commander Vance Brand has reported back that he has completed the redundancy check. At the same time, the range safety officer has been asked to verify that the range safety system is ready for launch and has started a final open-loop command network verification test. The orbiter rate gyro assembly and accelerometer assembly are also being tested at the present time. The countdown going smoothly. We're expecting an on-time liftoff at 7:19 a.m. Eastern Standard Time this morning. The countdown clock at T-minus 52 minutes, 52 seconds and counting. This is shuttle launch control.
At 50 minutes, pickup is 432.
Okay.
Okay, this is closeout crew there.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, we've got everything in shape now to start breaking down the white room whenever you're ready. I can give you a, on step 498, we've positioned the air damper on the chamber and the orbiter.
I copy. Thank you.
CDR, COSA.
CDR, go.
Verify no up or down arrows on CRT3.
CDR verified, no up or down arrows. OTC, close out crew.
Go ahead.
Okay, have you given me a go to break down the white room yet?
Not this minute yet, Wayne. Just a moment.
I copy.
CLT, OTC. Here to ground one.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, would you perform your water boiler pre-activation, please?
It works, sir. OTC, COSA.
Go ahead, flight control.
Okay, 422 is complete. We're ready
This is
to,
shuttle
give
launch
the-
control at T-minus 50 minutes and counting. Pilot Bob Overmeyer has been asked to configure the switch panel for activation of the hydraulic auxiliary power unit's water boilers. These are used for cooling the turbine system, which produces the hydraulic power used to steer the engines on the solid rocket motors. The countdown going very smoothly as we prepare for a liftoff just a little more than an hour from now.
RCOE.
There are 2 holds remaining in our
Pick up on
countdown.
439.
Both of them are 10-minute
439,
holds,
mark.
which will come at the T-minus 20-minute point and the T-minus 9-minute point in the count. An approximate timetable of significant events on the STS-5 flight would begin with liftoff at 7:19 a.m. Eastern Standard Time this morning.
Yes, want to pick up with your Ds?
Ejection of the satellite business system spacecraft would occur at 7 hours and 58 minutes after liftoff, or about 3:17 p.m. this afternoon. Ejection of the Annex C spacecraft will occur on Friday at 3:25 p.m. The 3.5-hour work session outside the orbiter by the mission specialists on Sunday will be at 7:46 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and landing at Edwards Air Force Base in California on Tuesday at 9:28 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Go 232, stand
We
by
have just
for
had an
10.5
additional
hours.
weather briefing, and the weather in the Kennedy Space Center area is satisfactory for launch. The countdown clock at T-minus 48 minutes, 20 seconds and counting. This is Shuttle Launch Control.
GLS OTC 212.
GLS go.
Pick up GLS mainline activation at 45.
Okay, in work. OTC, DPS.
Go ahead, DPS.
Sorry, 425, 426, and 427 are complete.
Thank you. Close our crew leader OTC.
Where's our crew leader go?
You have a go to break it up.
I copy.
CDR OTC.
CDR go.
Do you have the changes to your past BFS transfer prep?
We have no write-ins. We've had a general brief.
What CDPS OTC?
This is DPS.
Okay, follow me here on page 470.
Okay, stand by. Go ahead.
Okay, as I understand it, the first left keyboard resume and the GPC memory is not to be performed. Is that correct?
Right, they're not
GPC
to...
memory goes default sum.
Right, they're not to resume off default sum display that's up on CRT3 when they take the BFC display switched on.
All right, thank you. And the reason for this is at IPR 667.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, CD, I understand task BFS transfer prep change after step display switch on. We will not resume CRT3.
This is Shuttle Launch Control. T-minus 45 minutes and counting.
Yes, you're supposed to leave
The closeout crew in the access arm to the orbiter is in the process of what they call breaking down the white room. This is a process of pulling the various parts of the white room which seal with the orbiter away from it and prepare for the retraction of the orbiter access arm, which occurs at T-minus 7 minutes in the countdown. It's also a signal that everything has been completed as far as getting the astronauts into place and the checkout of their positions, their comm, and the various other, the cabin leak checks and various other tests which must be conducted prior to this. The panels on the white room are folded back into position so that it can be retracted. Even after it's retracted at the T-minus 7 minute point, it can be placed back into position within 10 seconds.
And I'm calling you Brady 5.
The S-band telemetry system is being switched to high power and configured to transmit and receive signals by radio rather than through wires, as is done during much of the countdown. The ground launch sequencer mainline computer programs are activated and are monitored to prepare for taking over the countdown at the T-minus 9 minute point. The countdown continuing smoothly. The clock at T-minus 43 minutes, 30 seconds and counting. This is Shuttle Launch Control.
OTC CDI.
Go ahead, sir.
I can see the sunrise in a clear sky, and we appreciate you guys ordering good weather for us.
Well, we had to go pretty good distance to get that order in. Yeah, as I turn around, it does look nice.
Red sky and no clouds.
CGSS OTC. 212.
OTC.
Did you verify 499?
That's a verification from pad leader to me.
Yeah. Close out crew leader OTC.
Close out crew, go.
Okay, you're going to be able to verify 499er. All drag-on lines have been removed from the OAA trussway.
That's affirmative.
Okay. That's a verify at this time?
That's verified.
Thank you.
We have them secured. CSS copies.
Okay.
OTC, this is close out crew leader.
Go ahead.
Okay, we have the white room secured at this time.
All right, stand by, please. Your next step is you're leaving, right?
That'll be affirmative.
Okay, hold on a minute.
OTC, GLS 212.
Go ahead, GLS.
GLS pre-sequencing has started. That's step 495.
Copy.
CRES verified.
Thank you.
Confirm.
OTC, CMTC.
Go ahead, QC.
I have a T and an N for 498.
Crew leader OTC.
Just close out crew, go.
Yeah, you have a tech and an ESSA for 498, closing out the weight room.
Okay, it's 2951 on tech. At 67 Tango on NASA.
67 Tango. Copy,
CMTC.
CMTC.
That's firm.
Okay, CDR will be doing a cabin vent around T-minus 30.
Say again.
I said we should be doing a cabin vent around T-minus 30.
Okay.
Go ahead. Close out crew leader OTC.
Just close out crew, there you go.
Okay, 551. You have a go to perform the clearing of the closeout crew from the FSS. Position the FSS elevators at the pad surface, level doors closed position, and power switch in the off position.
I copy.
Thank you.
When I leave the net here now, I'll be back in contact on 105.
Understand.
OTC, CCSE 212.
Go ahead, CCSA.
Okay, reporting
you're back
activation.
high
High
power.
power complete.
Thank you.
OTC, ECL 212.
Go ahead, ECM.
Yeah, I can report step 527 complete.
Okay, that was after the redundancy?
Yeah, no, that's firm.
Thank you.
This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 35 minutes and counting. Activation of the S-band to high power is complete, and the support personnel at the landing sites and booster retrieval area are being polled on their readiness to support the launch. The solid rocket boosters will be recovered after launch by two ships operated for NASA by United States Boosters Incorporated. The UTC Liberty and UTC Freedom departed their dock here at about 8:30 a.m. yesterday morning. The boosters impact approximately 140 miles due east of the Kennedy Space Center in the Atlantic. The ships take approximately 10 hours to reach the impact area. Beginning at 7.5 hours before launch, the ships have been conducting a 5-hour electronic and visual search of the impact area to ensure that the area is clear. At T-minus 35 minutes, the ships arrive on station just 8 miles from the predicted impact point. This is several miles closer to the impact zone than on previous flights. The booster casings suspended from their parachutes will hit the water at about 62 miles per hour. Commander Vance Brand, looking out the window on the orbiter, commented to the launch team on how beautiful the sky was. He said it's red sky and no clouds, and he thanked them for arranging that for the launch this morning. The countdown going smoothly. The clock at T-minus 33 minutes, 25 seconds, and counting. This is Shuttle Launch Control.
CDR OTC.
CDR go.
Perform the pass BFS transfer press, please.
Roger, in order. Okay, OTC, CDR, verify. We have passed BFS transfer prep complete. Advise, we have about 8 or 9 messages. BCE string 1 passes on the top.
Copy that, GPS.
All right, copied. Those are expected, the BC string passed.
Okay, you should just leave them there.
You can go ahead and clear it out if you'd like.
Okay, we'll request to look at the fault summary and then we'll clear it out.
Go ahead. And DPS, you verify 517.
Anybody?
Okay, and CDR very shortly, we're going to want to have you perform the Ohms GN2 pressurization.
Roger.
OTC 517 is verified.
Thank you.
This is Shuttle Launch Control. T-minus 30 minutes and counting.
Okay, CDR at this time.
The Land Launch and Recovery Director has directed the chase aircraft to be manned. In just about 5 minutes, John Young, commander on the first shuttle flight, will take off in the shuttle training aircraft to check out the weather for possible return to launch site abort. At the same time, the backup flight system computer data transfer capability is also being tested. The orbiting maneuvering system engines have been pressurized for launch.
STS-5.
Okay, 526.
Everything going very smoothly in the countdown
I'll verify
as we
525
prepare
over.
for an on-time liftoff at 7:19 a.m. Eastern Standard Time this morning. The countdown clock at T-minus 29 minutes, 12 seconds and counting. This is Shuttle Launch Control.
Flight pressure.
ECL.
This is ECL. I give you a reading on the DPET 0.004.
Okay, cabin vent is about to begin. Air will be vented into the orbiter payload bay. CDR.
Go.
Okay, open the cabin vent, please.
Can work.
EPD, OTC.
DPD
539.
539 complete, verified. Thank you.
And OTC cabin vent procedure complete.
Thank you. ECL, you got any problems?
Yes, I can verify the talkbacks, no problem.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
EPD, OTC.
DPD.
Go ahead and power up your pick rack.
Okay, and work. OTC is DPD.
Go ahead.
545, 546, and 547 complete.
Okay, GLS.
Yeah, let's go.
544.
I confirm that's complete.
Thank you.
Okay, it's NTD flight CDR PLT and MS 1 and 2 stand by to perform the final air to ground voice checks.
Roger.
This is Shuttle Launch Control. T-minus 25 minutes and counting. The cabin leak checks have been completed and the cabin vents opened by Commander Vance Brand. Presently, air-to-ground voice checks are being conducted between the astronauts and Mission Control in Houston. The NASA test conductor is asked to be notified when all non-essential personnel have cleared the launch danger area roadblock.
Go ahead.
We are coming up on another build-in hold. This is a 10-minute build-in hold, which occurs at the T-minus 20-minute point in the countdown.
Columbia, just a little weak, but clear.
The closeout crew, which has been preparing first the cabin of the orbiter for the crew, and then prepared the access arm to be retracted from the vehicle,
Okay, we're ready.
has reached the roadblock They brought the elevators down to the base of the pad and secured them.
We're going 340.
Everything going smoothly in the countdown.
340
The clock
at
at T-minus 24 minutes and counting. This is shuttle launch control.
320 at 25. 070 at 15. On the surface, 090 at 5 knots. Altimeter 30.02. Going right overhead to KSC 15. And as a reminder, we'll also be AOA to KSC today, and these winds should be good for the AOA.
Okay, copy that, thank you.
Columbia, this is Houston. Recheck altimeter 30.20.
30.20.
That's firm. And I've got a couple of words here for you about the procedures on the CRTs. The fail to sink here is, we have 3 specs that are really susceptible to the fail to sink. That's spec 0, 1, and 2. And during Ops 9, we have an additional spec, spec 104. And if you have these specs on 2 CRTs simultaneously, that gives us a high susceptibility to a fail to sink. Also note that you were previously briefed that the launch trage display came into this. That is not correct. The launch trage is clean, and you can have it up on whatever CRTs you need it.
Okay, and how about spec 0?
Spec 0 is one that is susceptible to the fail to sink. That's specs 0, 1, and 2.
Okay, good.
And Vance, the winds, increase in the winds, you're going to be able to see that on your SN indications. We're looking at 70 seconds to expect about a 3.8 degree per second roll rate as your peak roll rate, and about an 8 degree roll angle error.
Com set to DPS. Thank you.
Okay, glad to know that.
Okay, CDR and PLT, NTD, the countdown clock will hold in approximately 1 minute and 30 seconds for a 10-minute duration at T-minus 20 minutes.
Roger, NTD, we copy, we're going into hold.
Thank you.
OTC, DPS.
Go ahead, DPS.
We need step 562 verified.
Verify on CRT3 CDR that you have BSS memory with item 25, no asterisk.
That's CDR, that's verified. CRT3, BSS memory, no asterisk.
This is shuttle launch control.
Okay.
T-minus
CDR,
21 minutes and counting.
Pressure reading.
The primary computer programs are presently being transferred to the backup computers in the orbiter in order for both systems to have the same information. In case the prime computer fails during flight, the backup would take over control of the shuttle vehicle.
Correction, would you close the cabin vent valve?
The orbiter test conductor has asked Commander Vance Brand to close the cabin vent valves once again. We're coming up on the one of 2 remaining build-in hold periods. This is a 10-minute build-in hold. About 20 seconds away from that hold.
And CDR reports closed vent valves procedure complete.
We're about 10 seconds away now from the build-in hold of 10 minutes.
Attention all personnel, the countdown clock will hold
Crew
on
has
mark.
been informed
3,
that if
2,
an abort should be
1,
necessary,
mark.
they will return to the
T-minus 20
Kennedy
minutes
Space
and
Center. And we're at T-minus 20 minutes and holding. This is a 10-minute build-in hold. With all computers in the firing room or control room are configured with proper programs for the final portion of the countdown. At the time that we come out of the hold, the onboard computer will be changed over to the flight program. Also during this hold, the inertial measuring unit's pre-flight alignment will be completed.
CMPL. Go ahead.
The STS-5 flight is unique in many ways. It's the first operational mission for the Space Shuttle. Its first 4 flights were considered development flights. Now the shuttle is taking the first steps to paying its own way by carrying communication satellites for Satellite Business Systems and Telesat Canada, that country's domestic satellite communications corporation. The 2 companies are paying more than $17 million for this flight.
Verify.
This will also be the first shuttle mission in which the astronauts will leave the cabin area to go out into the cargo bay during flight. The two mission specialists, Dr. William Lenore and Dr. Joe Allen, will spend approximately 3.5 hours outside of Columbia's cabin. Their primary objective is to test their ability to move around the cargo bay and do useful work. They feel that their ability in this area will be greatly enhanced by the knowledge accumulated previously during the Gemini and Apollo and Skylab programs. Two of the lessons learned on those programs was that a positive method of moving from place to place must be provided, otherwise the astronaut expends too much energy, and that if useful work is to be done, then restraints must be provided to keep the astronaut in the proper position to do that work. We are in the 20-minute build-in hold and have about 9 minutes remaining in that hold. Everything has gone very smoothly at this point, and the NASA test director is in the process of having the people who will be monitoring the final part of this countdown switch from the many channels that they've been on to just one channel so that they remain together and hear the same things during the remaining part of the countdown. The countdown clock at T-minus 20 minutes and holding. This is shuttle launch control.
All set.
Okay, BTC and TTC and OTC, are you on?
OTC, copy.
Thanks, on.
Boosters on.
Okay, it's NTD. If we do have a hold as given to the countdown clock, the clock will go to the next GLS milestone prior to stopping. And of course, those milestones are 9, 7, 5, 4, 255, 157, and 31 seconds. For STS-5, the total hold time at T-minus 9 is 33 minutes, which is our total launch window. Okay, after we pick up the countdown clock at T-minus 9 and prior to reaching T-minus 31 seconds, our maximum hold time is 7 minutes due to lock, strain back, and APU runtime. After 31 seconds, no hold is available, only cutoff. At the start of the clock at T-minus 9, it will be picked up on an even GMT. However, any hold after GLS start, the countdown clock will be picked up immediately upon problem resolution. And in this case, a no-go survey of the elements will be asked, and the pickup of the countdown clock will lag the NTD mark by about 3 seconds. A go at 9 indicates that all elements are free of any problems that would give us a successful T0. So that means if the element is no-go, if a problem exists, even though it can be resolved prior to T0. Okay, once we pick up the count clock at T-minus 9 and exceed the whole limits, there can be no recycle for launch today due to the fact that the recycle time exceeds the 33-minute launch window. LCC violations should be reported as soon as the trend is seen and not wait until the red line is broken. And PLT at T-minus 5, do not start the APUs until you hear go for APU start. We want to preclude a possibility of having the clock stop and you go ahead and start an APUs. And all personnel who are not active, have an active part in the OMI, please monitor OIS channel 217. Are there any questions? I have a few words to say at T-minus 9 CDR and PLT having to do with the backup OIS channel. Any questions?
No questions so far.
Thank you. Okay, SPE, have you briefed the crew on the CRT?
Okay, this is SP. We'll have TP brief that. Okay, in order to prevent a reoccurrence of IPR 667, which was the GPC-2 failed to sync, which occurred second shift last night, we have the following restrictions on calling up CRT displays. In ops mode G9, we will not have the GPC memory, DPS utility, the time spec, or the IMU control monitor display on more than one CRT at any time. You are allowed any combination of these displays, but no more than one display up at the same display up at one time. In ops mode G1, this restriction only applies to the GPC memory display. Are there any questions? CDR, no questions. We understand.
Okay, NTD, all personnel, except the orbiter personnel, report back to channel 232 at this time. That's all personnel except the orbiter personnel report back to channel 232.
COIE, OTC.
OIE, go.
Your logic inhibits. Do you want to kick that off?
Yeah, that's complete.
Okay, that's 21, 22,
That's affirmative.
and 23. Okay.
Affirmative.
Fuel cells, OTC.
Fuel cells, go.
Are you picking up with your purge?
We will pick up with the purge immediately coming out of the hole.
Understand. Thank you. Okay, all personnel after transition to Ops 101, discontinue all LDB PMU reads for the remainder of the countdown.
OTC GNC.
Go ahead, Jansen.
IMU pre-flight alignment is complete, ready for ops transition, and step 618 is complete.
10 copies.
Thank you. And DPS, I believe you had a D there.
Yes, this DPS will put that in work.
Thank you.
PTC's ready.
This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 20 minutes and holding. We're just about 2.5 minutes away from picking up the countdown at the T-minus 20-minute point. At the present time, the NASA Test Director, Norm Carlson, is asking each of the test conductors to verify that they are go to resume the count, and each of them have given that go. The crew has been briefed on some procedures to follow in using their computers on board in their display systems. When we do a status check, all of the various test conductors confirm that their systems are ready to resume.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
The landing convoy has confirmed that it's ready to support the launch, along with all of the possible landing sites. The chase plane pilots have been ordered to man their planes. We are just about a minute and 30 seconds away from picking up the countdown once again. The landing recovery director has informed the crew that if they should have a return to launch site abort, the vehicle would land on runway 15. And he's also reported that the landing facility is ready to support the launch.
DPS.
Give me an audible when I can take the
We're just about a
PSS to 101.
minute away now from picking up the countdown once again,
Could you verify the
looking
G
for an
after
on-time
612
launch
and,
at 7:19
we'll verify
a.m.
613
Eastern
and
Standard
614.
Time this morning. The two satellites on board Columbia are similar in size and shape, but different in other ways. ANIC, owned by Telesat Canada, is designed for broadcast of paid television and other television shows, long-distance telecommunications, and many services. The world's most powerful domestic communications satellites and capable of delivering high-quality television pictures to Earth terminals with antennas as small as about 4 feet in diameter, 1.2 meters. It can carry 2 full-color TV transmissions on each of 16 channels. The Satellite Business System satellite provides private telephone, computer data, electronic mail, and teleconferencing for large business organizations.
5, 4,
We're coming up on the
2, 1,
count,
mark.
T-minus 20 minutes
T-minus 20 and
and
counting.
counting. Both satellites weigh approximately 7,200 pounds, along with their propulsion assist module called a PAM, at the time of ejection from the shuttle. They are about 7 foot in diameter and 21 feet tall when deployed. So while they're in the cargo bay, they telescope down to 9 1/4 feet high.
Verified.
As we came out of the hold, the computer transition to Ops 101 has been made. Ops 101 is the computer program used for ascent of the Space Shuttle into orbit. At that point, the prime computer will be dumped and compared with the onboard computers to verify that it has the proper configuration for launch. We're T-minus 19 minutes and counting, and the purge of the 3 fuel cells is underway.
All right, we're still.
The countdown continuing very smoothly. The clock at T-minus 18 minutes, 55 seconds and counting. This is Shuttle Launch Control.
PFS horizontal set displays.
Okay, CDR is in work. PLT's in work. equivalent, we cleared to do a GMC spec 99 on pass.
DPS, they have any objection to that?
Repeat that, please.
He wants to know if you do a spec 99.
Sure thing, after he verifies the errors are expected. That's verified, 3 MLS has.
Okay.
OTC, DPS.
Go ahead, DPS.
Yes, step 641, T-minus 20-minute dump is in progress.
Okay, need to wait for 650.
We'll pick that up in just a second.
Okay.
Two full-color TV transmissions on each of 16 channels. The Satellite Business System satellite provides private telephone, computer data, electronic mail, and teleconferencing for large business organizations.
5, 4,
We're coming
3,
up on the
2, 1,
count.
mark.
T-minus 20 minutes
T-minus 20
and counting. Both satellites weigh approximately 7,200 pounds, along with their propulsion assist module called a PAM, at the time of ejection from the shuttle. They are about 7 foot in diameter and 21 feet tall when deployed. So while they're in the cargo bay, they telescope down to 9 1/4 feet high.
Verified.
Thank you.
As we came out of the hold, the computer transition to Ops 101 has been made. Ops 101 is the computer program used for ascent of the Space Shuttle into orbit. At that point, the prime computer will be dumped and compared with the onboard computers to verify that it has the proper configuration for launch. We're T-minus 19 minutes and counting, and the purge of the 3 fuel cells is underway.
All right, we can go.
The countdown continuing very smoothly. The clock at T-minus 18 minutes, 55 seconds and counting. This is shuttle launch control.
VFS horizontal set displays.
Okay, CDRs and what? PLTs and what? OTC CDR.
Go ahead, CDR.
As I understand, part of Ops 1 load by DU equivalent, we cleared to do a GMC spec 99 on pass.
DPS, they have any objection to that?
Repeat that, please.
He wants to know if you do a spec 99.
Sure thing, after he verifies the errors are expected. That's verified, 3 MLS has.
Okay.
OTC, DPS.
Go ahead, DPS.
Yes, step 641, T-minus 20-minute dump is in progress.
Okay, need to wait for 650.
We'll pick that up in just a second.
This is shuttle launch control, T-minus 17 minutes and counting. During this period, the flight crew is configuring the computer for comparison tests. They have also been checking the horizontal situation displays. A gimbal check of the main propulsion system is performed at this point, too. A gimbal simply means that the engines are moved from side to side to ensure that they can steer the vehicle properly during the flight. The countdown clock at T-minus 16 minutes, 30 seconds and counting. This is shuttle launch control.
OTC, GMC.
Go ahead, GMC.
Okay, verify step 649.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, OTC, CDR.
Go ahead.
DFS to Ops 1 is complete, and we had 2 messages, an NSP and an MPS message.
Yeah, NSP's powered down. Okay, PLT, OTC.
Go ahead, sir.
Would you perform the MPS helium reconfiguration, please?
Okay. OTC, DPS.
Go ahead, DPS.
Yes, 648, and BFS is now ready for upload.
Okay, that should be in work, by the way. CWS, OTC.
That's CWS.
Okay, we're going to do this just by this D, right?
Right.
Okay,
We'll close class feeds by the clock.
right off.
OTC, PLT, MPS helium reconfiguration complete.
OTC copies, thank you. CMPS, you can pick up 677.
This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 15 minutes and counting. The aboard advisory checks are underway again. This is the system which is used to inform the crew of problems and the necessity of aborting a mission if that should occur.
Could run that.
The cross-vent valves between the orbital maneuvering system and the remote control system are also being configured for launch. All of the test support members have been polled and verified that they are go for launch. The chase plane pilots have been ordered to start their engine. The countdown continuing at T-minus 14 minutes, 28 seconds and counting. This is shuttle launch control.
I thought you gave me a go to do it. Just hold.
I confirm the cross-free talkbacks are closed.
Understand. Okay, go. Okay, CDR on overhead 7 to aft right. RCS helium pressure. B switch open.
B switch coming up. Coming open, mark. Talkback is now open.
Thank you. Double S, you're going to monitor?
Double S, copy.
Okay, PLT would report RCS quantities, please.
OTC, CSCP.
SCP, you kick off your purge?
Yep, fuel cell purge is complete per 17-696.
Fine. PLT, would you give me the RCS quantities, please?
Stand by until I get a BFS2 here.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Going down the line on the forward, left and right off the CRT. Forward, oxidizer 93, fuel 96. Left, oxidizer 107, fuel 106. Right, oxidizer 108, fuel 106. On ohms, showing 4190 on the helium each one.
This is shuttle launch control. T-minus 13 minutes and counting. We are coming up on another build-in hold at the T-minus 9-minute point in the count. The NASA test director will be conducting a poll once again of the major managers to verify that they are ready.
EPD, are you performing your fuel cell load adjustment?
During the past couple of minutes, the solid booster test conductor ordered the gaseous nitrogen purge turned on in the aft portion of the solid motor. This will continue up to engine ignition. We also have verification from the DoD Contingency Support Group that they are ready for launch with emergency aircraft personnel on their stations. The NASA test conductor has just polled the launch team once again, and all members of the team, including launch director Al O'Hara and the astronauts, have given a go. Coming up on the 12-minute point in our countdown. There are 3 student science experiments on board the Space Shuttle for this mission. The Shuttle Student Involvement Program is a nationwide program, which is sponsored by the National Science Teachers Association and NASA. The 3 experiments were selected from hundreds of high school finalists across the country. All 3 of the students are presently college freshmen. Michelle Issel from Wallingford, Connecticut, has designed an experiment to determine whether weightlessness eliminates the cause of malformation in crystals. The triglycine sulfate she is using is a candidate for infrared sensors on satellites. Hamilton Standard is who builds the spacesuits for the extravehicular activity, is the sponsor for Michelle. Scott Thomas of Johnstown, Pennsylvania, is studying the process of convection in zero gravity. To see if surface tension of a fluid plays a major role in this heat transfer process. The Thiokol Corporation is sponsoring him. And Aaron Gillette of Winter Haven, Florida, sponsored by Martin Marietta Orlando, will find out how zero-G affects the regeneration of sponge cells. The countdown clock continuing at T-minus 10 minutes, 42 seconds and counting. This is shuttle launch control.
CAFC, OTC.
OTC is CTD.
SCAFC. Verify 718.
That's verified.
Thank you. Go ahead, EPD.
The 698 complete.
Thank you.
Be advised that the countdown clock will hold in approximately 1 minute. OTC, DPS.
Go ahead, DPS.
Yes, step 709 and 710 are verified. The T-minus 20-minute dump compare is complete, and we resolved the miscompare.
I copy. Thank you.
This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 9 minutes, 30 seconds and counting. The flight crew has closed the vent valve on the crew cabin, and the cabin pressure has been verified. The comparison of the prime computer with the onboard computer has been completed and is satisfactory. All aero surfaces and actuators on the orbiter are presently in the proper configuration for the auxiliary power unit to start at the T-minus 5 point.
On my mark.
We're coming up on the beginning of another final 10-minute build-in hold. T-minus 9 minutes and holding. This is a 10-minute build-in hold. When we come out of this hold, we will go down to, directly down to 719 and launch. During this hold, the launch team is briefed on the way in which a halt can be called to the countdown. During the final 9 minutes of count, a hold can be called by the NASA test conductor, the orbiter test conductor, the flight crew, the flight director, as well as the range safety officer. Have approximately 9 minutes remaining in this hold. Everything going smoothly up to this point. This is shuttle launch control.
Okay, understand. Good news. And PLT, copy 10.
This is shuttle launch control at T-minus 9 minutes and holding. We have approximately 7 minutes remaining in this hold. When we come out of the hold, we have several major milestones remaining in the count. As we come out of the hold, the ground launch sequencer located in the firing room integration console will take over command of the remaining events, as well as monitoring the response of the various shuttle systems. At T-minus 25 seconds, the flight computer redundant set launch sequencer takes over on board the orbiter and checks that no launch commit criteria will be violated during the remaining seconds of the count. At T-minus 5 minutes, the auxiliary power units will start. To turn on the auxiliary power units, the astronauts must throw 9 switches. One switch for each of the 3 auxiliary power units opens the propellant isolation valve. 3 switches start the auxiliary power units, and the final 3 switches allow the gearboxes to be pressurized and begin pumping the hydraulic fluid. In the past, the astronauts monitored the pressure changes after each sequence of switches, but since then, the countdown, the pressurization has been monitored here on the ground. Since the countdown can be automatically halted at T-minus 4 minutes if one switch has not been thrown, the astronauts now simply throw all of the switches as fast as possible. At T-minus 4 minutes, a purge of the main engines will start. At T-minus 2 minutes and 55 seconds, pressurization of the liquid oxygen tank will begin, and at 1 minute 57 seconds, the liquid oxygen valve will be closed. We have just heard from the range safety officer that there is a ship in the impact area of the where the solid rocket boosters will impact, and so there is a no-go from the range safety officer at the present time. We're in the process of going through a countdown status check to see if we are ready to resume the count and go for launch. Following ignition of the solid motors and liftoff, the vehicle will take approximately 7 seconds to clear the tower. At that point, the shuttle velocity will be greater than 100 foot per second and increasing. When the velocity reaches 121 feet per second, the vehicle will begin to pitch over, followed by a roll maneuver to align it properly with the flight azimuth. At 67 seconds into the flight, the vehicle will encounter the greatest structural loads on it. Prior to that, the crew will throttle down the main engine thrust to 85% to keep the dynamic pressure low. After the vehicle is through the max Q region, the crew will increase the thrust back to 100%. At approximately 2 minutes into the flight, the solid rocket booster's chamber pressures will drop below 50 pounds per square inch, and the separation sequence will start. And the main engines will continue to burn for 8 minutes and 35 seconds, and the external tank be separated 21 seconds later. At that point, the orbiter will be at an altitude of approximately 60 nautical miles. We have approximately 4 minutes remaining in the count, and we have just gotten a go for launch from the range safety officer. He says he doesn't have all the details at the moment, but the ship is out of the area, and we are go for launch. That was the only restraint that we'd heard from any of the major managers monitoring this morning's launch. So we're standing by to pick up the count at 10 minutes after the hour and go at 7:19 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. This is Shuttle Launch Control.
Copy. Okay, and we're all set on that, Norm.
This is Shuttle Launch Control at T-minus 9 minutes and holding. We have just about 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining in this build-in hold. The NASA Test Director, Norm Carlsman, has wished the crew good luck and told them that he would see them Tuesday at Edwards Air Force Base in California. About 55 seconds away from picking up the countdown once again at the T-minus 9 minute point. Just about 30 seconds remaining in this build-in hold before bringing it up the count at 9 minutes. Everything has gone very smoothly with the count up to this point. About 10 seconds away from picking up the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the countdown clock is at T-minus 9 minutes and counting.
Sequence has been initiated.
The launch sequence are now being controlled by the ground launch sequencer from now up until T-minus 25 seconds when they switch to the onboard redundant set launch sequencer. The ground launch sequencer is part of the launch processing system and operates by relaying commands to the orbiter's onboard computers, which then report back to the launch processing system that the commands have been executed.
SPC 12101.
The primary job of the computers is to check that all of the launch commit criteria, such as propellant loads, temperatures, pressures, and other measurements, are proper.
Mike, when do we get those color cameras
Launch
up?
and recovery director has ordered the chase planes to take off.
PLT, OTC, set your AC bus sensors to monitor, please.
Coming up on the 8 minute point in the countdown.
I'll verify that the two-stage buffer is executed. The SPC is on board.
AC bus sensors are monitored, complete.
T-minus 8 minutes and counting. Everything proceeding smoothly for an on-time liftoff at 7:19 a.m. this morning. The liquid oxygen fill and drain valve in the external tank has been closed and topping of the tank completed. Liquid oxygen drain bank has been started. This means that liquid oxygen is being flowed through the main propulsion system to cool the engines down slowly to about 270 degrees below zero so that they'll not be shocked by the torrent of super cold fluid at the time of engine ignition. T-minus 7 minutes, 25 seconds and counting. At the 7 minute point, the crew access arm will be retracted.
Okay, all crew members verify seats in launch position.
You got to verify. That's a verified PLT. Go for OAA retract.
We have a go for the retraction of the access arm. T-minus 6 minutes, 52 seconds and counting. The access arm is the walkway used by the astronauts to get from the service structure to the orbiter. If an emergency should arise, the tower can be put back in position within 15 seconds. The crew has verified that their seats are in launch position.
KRPS OTC.
KRPS.
T-minus 6 minutes, 30 seconds and counting.
Affirmative.
At the 6 minute point, the crew will perform the pre-start of the APUs or auxiliary power unit.
PLT OTC, would you perform your APU pre-start, please?
Handler, sir.
The pilot has been asked to perform the pre-start on the APU. Pilot Bob Overmeyer. This consists of positioning a number of switches and verifying they are in the proper position. T-minus 6 minutes and counting. Then the pilot throws the 3 propellant isolation valve switches, which allow the hydrazine fuel to start flowing from the tank towards the APU.
Pre-start complete.
Verified complete.
Pre-start is complete. T-minus 5 minutes, 30 seconds and counting.
Okay, flight OTC.
This is flight.
Transmit DSM 1500.
T-minus 5 minutes, 30 seconds and counting.
Mark.
The development flight instrumentation recorders are on. They provide measurements of temperatures, pressure, and physical stresses on the orbiter. The recorders store this information for playback after landing. T-minus 5 minutes, 15 seconds and counting. The orbiter flight recorders are on. coming up on the 5-minute point and start of the auxiliary power unit. This is a major point in the countdown. T-minus 5 minutes and counting, and we have a go for APU start. APU start is complete. The APUs provide hydraulic power to move the aero surfaces and main engines for steering. T-minus 4 minutes, 39 seconds and counting. T-minus 4 minutes, 30 seconds and counting. The firing circuit for the solid rocket boosters, ignition, and range safety destruct devices have been armed by a switch called a safe and arm device. The system is then inhibited to prevent premature ignition. T-minus 4 minutes, 15 seconds and counting. The main fuel valve heaters have been turned off in preparation for engine start. The main engines on the orbiter will actually be started at 6.8 seconds, and it takes 3 seconds for them to reach 90% thrust.
This time, would you close your visors, please?
T-minus 3 minutes, 55 seconds and counting. The crew has been asked to close their visors. The final helium purge of the orbiter's main engines is started to ensure that there is no surplus hydrogen or oxygen in the area at time of ignition. T-minus 3 minutes, 40 seconds and counting. The elevon, speed brake, and rudder are being moved through a pre-programmed pattern to ensure that they're capable of doing their jobs during the flight. T-minus 3 minutes, 30 seconds and counting. The shuttle is now on internal power. However, the fuel cells are still receiving their fuels from ground support equipment for another minute. T-minus 3 minutes, 17 seconds and counting. The engine gimbal or movement check of the main engines of the orbiter is underway to ensure that they're ready to control the flight. Coming up on the 3-minute point.
T-minus 3 minutes.
T-minus 3 minutes and counting.
Roger, and
everything going smoothly.
T-minus
T-minus 2 minutes, 55 seconds. The liquid oxygen valve for filling the external tank is closed and pressurization has begun. After the tank is pressurized, the hold capability is limited to 3 minutes and 36 seconds. T-minus 2 minutes, 40 seconds and counting. The gaseous oxygen vent arm will be retracted shortly. T-minus 2 minutes, 30 seconds and counting. The fuel cell's ground supply of oxygen and hydrogen has been terminated, and the vehicle is now on its onboard supply. And the gaseous oxygen vent arm is being retracted, lifting off of the nose of the external tank. T-minus 2 minutes, 10 seconds and counting. The main engines have been moved to their start position, and the astronauts have cleared the caution and warning memories of their onboard computers and verified that there are no unexpected errors. 1 minute, 57 seconds. The liquid hydrogen vent valve has been closed and flight pressurization is underway. 1 minute, 45 seconds. The computer will automatically verify the readiness of the main engines at the T-minus 1 minute point. Coming up on 90 seconds. T-minus 90 seconds and counting. Everything going smoothly as we look for liftoff of STS-5. T-minus 1 minute, 20 seconds and counting.
That's 1:15.
The liquid hydrogen tank now is at flight pressure. Coming up on the 1 minute point in our countdown.
1 minute.
T-minus 1 minute and counting. The firing system for the sound suppression system on the pad is armed. T-minus 55 seconds. The hydrogen igniters under the orbiter's engines have been armed. These devices are used to ensure that any hydrogen flowing through the engines prior to ignition does not accumulate, causing a small explosion. T-minus 40 seconds. We're just seconds away from switching command of the countdown from the ground computers to the onboard computers. And the SRB development flight instrument recorders are on. And we have a go for auto sequence start. T-minus 21 seconds and counting. The SRB nozzles are being moved through a test pattern to launch position. T-minus 15 seconds. 13, 12, 11, 10. We are go for main engine ignition.
7, 6,
6.
5,
We have main engine
4,
ignition. 3, 2, 1, and solid motor ignition and liftoff. Liftoff of the first operational Space Shuttle mission with 2 satellites on board, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
Roll pitch program.
Roger, roll, Columbia.
Houston now controlling. Mission control confirms roll maneuver started. 20 seconds. Thrust looks good. 26 seconds. Roll maneuver completed. 30 seconds. Columbia now 1 nautical mile in altitude. Throttling engines down to 85% as programmed. Mark 40 seconds. Columbia now 2.5 nautical miles in altitude, 1 nautical miles downrange. Mark 50 seconds. Coming up now in period of maximum aerodynamic pressure on the vehicle. 55 seconds. Columbia now 4.5 nautical miles in altitude. Mark 1 minute. Pass through max Q. Still looking good. Throttling engines back to 100%. Giving a go at throttle up.
Columbia, this is Houston. Your go at throttle up.
Roger, go at throttle up.
Mark 1 minute 10 seconds. Columbia now 7 nautical miles in altitude, 5 nautical miles downrange. Mark 1 minute 20 seconds. Columbia now 10 nautical miles in altitude, 7 nautical miles downrange.
Columbia, Houston, we're monitoring a slightly depressed trajectory expected because of the headwinds.
Roger, understand.
1 minute 35 seconds. I was Capcom Bob Stewart advising the crew a slight depression because of the headwind. Columbia moving out now as pre-planned on 3 good engines. 1 minute 45 seconds. Brand, Overmeyer, Lenore, Allen now coming to the last traces of the Earth's atmosphere. Columbia now 19 nautical miles in altitude, 18 nautical miles downrange. Mark 2 minutes. Standing by now for solid rocket booster separation confirmation.
Roger, PC.
Columbia now 25 nautical miles in altitude. 2 minutes 15 seconds. Confirm solid rocket booster separation. 2 minutes 22 seconds. Onboard guidance is converging as programmed. Columbia is now steering for a precise window in space for main engine cutoff. 31 nautical miles in altitude, 43 nautical miles downrange.
Columbia, this is Houston. Your first stage was low on performance this morning.
Okay, fine.
2 minutes 40. 2 minutes 49 seconds. Columbia now 37 nautical miles in altitude, 58 nautical miles downrange. Velocity now reading 6,500 feet per second. Mark 3 minutes. 3 minutes 5 seconds. Columbia now standing by for 2-engine TAL.
Columbia, Houston, you have 2-engine TAL capability.
2-engine TAL capability.
3 minutes 15 seconds. That call up by Capcom Bob Stewart says that the Columbia now has landing capability at Dakar Airport should 1 engine go out. 3 minutes 25 seconds. Columbia now 46 nautical miles in altitude, 88 nautical miles downrange. 3 minutes 32 seconds. Return status check and mission control by Flight Director Tom Holloway. The crew aboard Columbia giving a go to continue. 3 minutes 40 seconds. Columbia now 49 nautical miles in altitude, 105 nautical miles downrange. Standing by now for negative return.
Mark, negative return.
Negative return.
3 minutes 56 seconds. With that call up, Brand, Overmeyer and Company committed to space travel. They can no longer turn around and return to the launch site. Mark 4 minutes 5 seconds. Columbia now 52 nautical miles in altitude, 132 nautical miles downrange. Columbia now traveling at a velocity of 8,900 feet per second. Mark 4 minutes 30 seconds. Trajectory plots and mission control still on target for Columbia. Brand, Overmeyer, Lenore, Allen swiftly moving downrange now. Now 174 nautical miles downrange. Mark 4 minutes 50 seconds. Columbia now 57 nautical miles in altitude, 192 nautical miles downrange. Velocity now reading 10,500 feet per second.
Columbia, Houston, your go at 5 minutes.
Roger, go at 5 minutes.
Mark 5 minutes 10 seconds. Columbia now 58 nautical miles in altitude, 222 nautical miles downrange. 10 minutes, standing by for Presto MECO.
Columbia, you have Presto MECO.
Roger, Presto MECO capability.
5 minutes 44 seconds of Presto MECO call from Capcom Stewart says, should Columbia lose but one engine, press on, keep flying forward. Columbia's engines have enough energy to achieve normal altitude and velocity at cutoff. 5 minutes 58 seconds. Columbia now 59 nautical miles in altitude, 307 nautical miles downrange. Velocity now reading 13. Standing by for single engine TAL.
Columbia, Houston, you have single engine TAL capability.
Roger.
6 minutes 15 seconds. That report from Capcom Stewart indicates if a two-engine failure occurred, the crew aboard Columbia is capable of an emergency landing at Dakar Airport. Mark 6 minutes 25 seconds. Columbia now 59 nautical miles in altitude, 360 nautical miles downrange. Velocity now reading 15,400 feet per second. Mark 6 minutes 40 seconds. Columbia pitching over now, diving to increase velocity level off altitude, giving Columbia a most favorable attitude. Columbia now 59 nautical miles in altitude. 6 minutes 55 seconds. Columbia pass still down the middle of the displays in mission control. Columbia now 59 nautical miles in altitude, 445 nautical miles downrange. Velocity now reading 17,900 feet per second. 7 minutes 12 seconds. Standing by for single engine Presto MECO.
Columbia, you have single engine Presto MECO capability.
Copy.
7 minutes 25 seconds. That report says Brandon Overmeyer can achieve normal engine cutoff targets even if two engines go out. Columbia now 58 nautical miles in altitude, 535 nautical miles downrange. Mark 7 minutes 40 seconds. G-force is building for Brand Overmeyer, Lenore Allen now, coming up to 3 Gs. Columbia now 58 nautical miles in altitude, 584 nautical miles downrange. Columbia's three main engines slowly being throttled back now. Should be throttled at 65% at 6 seconds before main engine cutoff. 8 minutes. Flight Dynamics Officer Ron Epps reports Columbia's velocity at 23,000 feet per second. 8 minutes 12 seconds. Columbia now 59 nautical miles in altitude, 675 nautical miles downrange. Velocity now reading 24,400 feet per second. Mark 8 minutes 25 seconds. Standing by now for main engine cutoff.
Okay, we got a good MECO.
Copy, good MECO, Columbia.
Confirmed shutdown. Columbia now in space for a 5th time, this time with a 4-man crew. Standing by now for external tank separation. Columbia now 795 nautical miles downrange. Go, no go status check and mission control by Flight Director Tom Holloway for the first ohms burn and shutting down the auxiliary power units. Confirm external tank separation. Columbia now performing an evasive maneuver, moving below and beyond the external tank.
Columbia, this is Houston. You'll be go on a nominal ohms 1 burn. APU shut down on time.
Nominal ohms 1, APU shut down on time.
Mark 9 minutes 25 seconds. That was Capcom Bob Stewart advising the crew aboard Columbia. They're given a go for the first ohms burn on time and nominal. Mark 9 minutes 40 seconds. Columbia now 1,015 nautical miles downrange. Mark 9 minutes 55 seconds. Columbia now maneuvering to ohms 1 burn attitude. Using two 6,000-pound thrust engines, ohms 1 will be posi grade, moving Columbia forward and higher on her flight path. Ten minutes 44 seconds. Prop systems engineer in the control center confirms the ohms 1 burn has started. 2 good engines.
Columbia, Houston, 30 seconds to LOS. We see 2 good engines burning on the ohms 1. We're observing a water spray boiler 1 A problem, and if it gives you a problem, just switch over to the B.
We copy that water spray boiler.
If it's giving you a problem, go to Bravo.
That's firm, 10 seconds to LOS. Configure LOS. We'll talk to you at Dakar.
Roger, configure LOS.
Shuttle Control Houston, 11 minutes 36 seconds mission elapsed time. We have loss of signal now with Columbia through Bermuda. The next station to acquire will be Dakar in approximately 6 minutes. This is Shuttle Control Houston. This is Shuttle Control Houston, 13 minutes 53 seconds mission elapsed time. We have a status report on the first ohms burn from Flight Dynamics Officer Ron Epps. The time of ignition was 10 minutes 30.8 seconds. The delta V read 231.5 feet per second. Burn duration 2 minutes 20.8 seconds. Ohms 1 resulted in an apogee of 160 nautical miles, a perigee of 50.7 nautical miles. Meanwhile, a report in mission control that the water boiler number 1 appears good. It's believed that there's a quantity transducer instability, which gave the reading reported earlier. We're at 14 minutes 50 seconds mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control Houston. This is Shuttle Control Houston, 16 minutes 40 seconds mission elapsed time. Less than a minute away from reacquiring Columbia through Dakar. We'll stand by and monitor the air-to-ground conversations between Capcom Bob Stewart and the crew aboard Columbia. This is Shuttle Control Houston. Shuttle Control Houston, 18 minutes 20 seconds, mission elapsed time, not receiving telemetry data.
Columbia, this is Houston, with you through Dakar.
On the ground computer problem at Dakar, not receiving telemetry. However, you heard the call from Capcom Bob Stewart.
Columbia, Houston, through Dakar.
Roger, loud and clear. How do you read?
Oh, got you loud and clear now. We don't have an S-band problem here at Dakar, so gimbal check is your call.
Okay, we'll do it right now anyway.
Columbia, this is Houston. We do have data now, and we'll watch your gimbal check.
Okay, it's on secondaries now.
19 minutes 14 seconds, now receiving telemetry data through Dakar.
And Bob, just for your information, the T umbilical doors are closed.
Copy, the umbilicals are closed. Columbia, this is Houston. We're getting patchy data through Dakar. We weren't able to observe your gimbal check, but your goal for a nominal ohms 2 burn.
Okay, go for nominal ohms, and we're maneuvering there.
Columbia, this is Houston. We're 25 seconds to LOS. Check your configuration LOS. We'll have a short pass at Botswana, 37 seconds. With probably no contact. We'll talk to you at Yargady.
Okay, copy, and we're going configuring the LOS.
Shuttle Control Houston, 23 minutes, 38 seconds mission elapsed time. Loss of signal now with the crew aboard Columbia through Dakar. The next station to acquire will be Botswana. However, that's a very short pass of some 37 seconds in duration. We'll stand by and see if we have any voice contact. The station following Botswana is Yargady. This is Shuttle Control Houston at 24 minutes, 8 seconds mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control Houston, 24 minutes, 50 seconds mission elapsed time. Because this was the first operational mission of the Space Shuttle Columbia, no heart rate monitoring took place on the 4 crew members during the launch phase of flight. We repeat, the heart rates at launch for the 4 crew members were not monitored for this mission. This is Shuttle Control Houston at 25 minutes, 20 seconds mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control Houston, 28 minutes mission elapsed time. Flight Dynamics Officer Ron Epps has updated the ohms 1 burn statistics based on the Dakar pass. The TIG was, time of ignition was 10 minutes, 30.8 seconds as previously reported. The Delta V, 231 feet per second. The burn duration was a bit longer than previously reported. It was 2 minutes 28 seconds, 2 minutes 28.3 seconds. Ohms 1 resulted in an apogee of 158 nautical miles and a perigee of 52.5 nautical miles. For Ohms 2, Flight Dynamics Officer Ron Epps reports the time of ignition that predicted at 44 minutes 46.6 seconds. The Delta V should read 193.1 feet per second. The burn duration 1 minute 59.6 seconds. Ohms 2 should result in an apogee of 160.4 nautical miles and a perigee of 158.3 nautical miles. We're at 29 minutes, 30 seconds, mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control Houston. This is Shuttle Control Houston at 33 minutes, 50 seconds mission elapsed time. Less than a minute away now from possible contact with Columbia through Botswana. This is a very short pass of some 40 plus seconds. We will stand by and see if we have any kind of contact with the crew over Botswana.
Columbia, this is Houston with you through Botswana for about 1 minute.
That was Capcom Bob Stewart making the call. We'll stand by. This is Shuttle Control Houston, 36 minutes mission elapsed time. Apparently no contact with the crew through Botswana. The next station to acquire will be Yargati in approximately 15 and a half minutes. Two events should occur in the next few hours for Brand, Overmyer, Lenore, and Allen to stay on orbit. The onboard computer system is reloaded from Ops 1 to Ops 2. This is needed to align the inertial platforms. Also, one computer will be loaded with Ops 3, the entry program, and put to sleep, taken offline. Second, the payload bay doors must be open to provide cooling through the radiators to Columbia. The flash evaporator has a lifetime of several hours. We're at 36 minutes, 50 seconds mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control Houston. This is Shuttle Control Houston, 45 minutes mission elapsed time. We're about 6.5 minutes away now from reacquiring through Yargati. However, the OMS 2 burn should be presently in progress. We'll stand by over Yargati for a burn report and status. This is Shuttle Control Houston. This is Shuttle Control Houston, 47 minutes, 20 seconds mission elapsed time. We have a status report now on the solid rocket boosters. SRB-1 is at coordinates of 28.43 north, 78.01 west. SRB-2 at 28.43 north and 78.02 west. Both are confirmed in a buoy mode. Both are floating. This is Shuttle Control Houston, 47 minutes, 58 seconds mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control Houston at 50 minutes mission elapsed time. The payload's flight controller and mission control reports the data flow from the two commercial satellites checks out. We're about a little over a minute away now from reacquiring Columbia through Yargati. We'll stand by. This is Shuttle Control Houston. This is Shuttle Control Houston at 51 minutes 30 seconds mission elapsed time, standing by for reacquisition of Columbia through Yargati.
Columbia, this is Houston with you through Yargati for 8 minutes.
Roger, Houston, loud and clear. We had good ohms 2, and we're in major mode 106, proceeding into the post-insertion checklist. We have one anomaly, which I'll give you in a minute.
Okay, we copy.
Okay, Bob, Dips may want to hear this. CRT-2 has apparently failed within the CRT or the DEU. It is flashing with only the upper 1/4 of the screen lighted, or say in the lower 1/4 of the screen is lighted, and it shows the stuff that would normally be up on the upper 1/4, and it's flashing at about a 2-second rate. We've powered, cycled it, and brought it back on, and we've tried to drive it to BFS. No joy. It looks like it's a CRT problem right at the moment.
Okay, we copy that, Bob.
It's a little bit like your home TV having the pictures slide down to the lower left corner of the tube and then start flashing at a 1 CPS rate.
That was...
Okay, we copy your report. And I've got an advisory for you before you get into Ops 2. As soon as you go to Ops 2, you'll probably get a cabin N2 message. That's as normal. It's due to trap pressure, so ignore it when it comes up.
That was Pilot Bob Overmyer reporting the
copy.
CRT-2 problem.
And we had a good gimbal check, and both ohms 1 and 2 were on time and nominal burns.
Okay, Vance, copy the burns. And be advised, we got reports of 2 SRBs floating out there. You guys lost them on the way up, but we found them.
Good. Glad to hear it. Hope the ship got out of the way.
Us too.
Shuttle Control, Houston. Commander Vance Brand reporting the second ohms burn was on time and as advertised. This is Shuttle Control, Houston. 56 minutes, 30 seconds, mission elapsed time. A little over 3 minutes remaining on this very quiet pass over Yargity. We'll stand by and continue to monitor.
Columbia, this is Houston. We're 30 seconds to LOS at Yargity. Hawaii will be next at 1:18.
Okay, see you at 1:18. Everything's going good.
Glad to hear it.
This is Shuttle Control, Houston. 1 hour mission elapsed time. Loss of signal now with Columbia through Yargity. The next station to acquire will be Hawaii in approximately 17 and a half minutes. This is Shuttle Control, Houston. This is Shuttle Control, Houston at 1 hour, 16 minutes mission elapsed time. A little less than 2 minutes away now from reacquiring Columbia through Hawaii. Meanwhile, as we come up over this stateside pass, we should, the upcoming stateside pass, we should get on with the payload bay door opening. Pilot Bob Overmeyer will open the payload bay doors. The door opening sequence goes as follows. The center line is unlatched, the starboard door is unlatched, then opened 3 to 4 feet. The starboard door is then closed and latched along with the center line latches. After this preliminary activity, both doors are opened for on-orbit operations. We're about 1 minute away now from Hawaii. This is Shuttle Control, Houston. This is Shuttle Control, Houston. 1 hour, 18
this is Houston
minutes.
with you through Hawaii. Configure AOS. Disregard.
Capcom Bob Stewart making the call.
And Columbia, when you get a chance, we could use a Spec 1 on a GNC machine.
Houston, how do you read PLT?
Columbia, this is Houston. We just got your last transmission.
Okay, Bob, how do you read?
I've got you loud and clear. I saw that you were monitoring our request for the Spec 1, but we didn't get any downlink until the last call.
Okay, we'll give you Spec 1 on one of the tubes here.
Okay, we see Spec 1 on CRT1.
Bob, are you reading CDR at all?
Negative.
Okay, I'll relay anything from them. We're pressing right on down. And we're getting ready to open up payload bay doors here pretty quick, trying to get the television set up.
Okay, Bob, we copy.
Houston, how do you read CDR now?
Columbia, this is Houston. Would you, CDR, give me a short count, please?
Roger, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, Vance, got you loud and clear on the count.
Roger.
And Columbia, this is Houston. Have a configuration check for you. Our data down here shows that the supply water tank A press control valve on ML26C is not pressurized. Could you check and make sure that the switch is pressurized?
Bob, please repeat that one. Houston, Columbia, please repeat that one.
Okay, could you give us a SM Spec 1 and then we'll talk about the switch?
Okay, you have an SM.
Okay,
Have an
and
SM spec 1.
okay, Vance, we got it. And the switch configuration was on ML26 Charlie. Verify that the supply water tank A press control valve is to pressurize.
Bob, this is Joe. How do you read from the mid deck?
Got you loud and clear, Joe.
Okay, super. This is better than the sim. Call out the water supply switch you want thrown.
Okay, on ML26 Charlie, supply water tank A pressure control valve to pressure.
Okay, stand by.
That was the first voice contact with Mission Specialist Joe Allen, reporting from the middeck. We're at 1 hour, 23 minutes mission elapsed time, about 2.5 minutes remaining on this Hawaii pass.
Okay, Bob, that's done.
Okay, Joe. Columbia, Houston, have another switch configuration for you to check for me.
Go ahead.
Okay, on panel A12, APU heater, gas generator, / fuel pump heater. 3 switches should be off. We show 2 of them still on.
Stand by.
Shuttle Control Houston, 1 hour, 24 minutes mission lapse time. We show center line latches 5 through 12 have been released. On the payload bay doors, 5 through 12 are released. Now all of the center line latches are released.
And Columbia, this is Houston. We'll be 30 seconds to LOS. We'll talk to you through Buckhorn in about 3 minutes.
Columbia, roger.
The starboard door has now been opened. We're at 1 hour, 25 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control Houston at 1 hour, 25 minutes mission elapsed time. A loss of signal now through Hawaii. We will reacquire over the States in about 2.5 minutes. This is Shuttle Control Houston. This is Shuttle Control Houston, 1 hour, 26 minutes mission elapsed time, a little less than 2 minutes away now from reacquiring Columbia. Meanwhile, the Flight Dynamics Officer reports the OMS 2 predicted numbers remained as advertised. Columbia presently with an apogee of 160.4 nautical miles, a perigee of 158.3 nautical miles. This is Shuttle Control Houston. This is Shuttle Control Houston, 1 hour, 28 minutes mission elapsed time, standing by now for recontact with Columbia on the stateside pass.
Okay, say again, Bob. I've got gas gen fuel pump 1 and 2 going off, 2 going off, 3 off. Okay, we got 2 of them off now.
Okay, good. If they're all 3 off, that's where we want them. And we could use a SM Spec 60 when you get time to give you some PDI data.
Okay, I'd rather just get the doors open. Is that okay with you? Bob?
Okay, we copy.
Shuttle Control Houston, 1 hour, 30 minutes mission elapsed time. We'll stand by and continue to monitor the payload bay door opening on the stateside pass. At the present time, the latches are closed and the doors are closed. They should be moving forward shortly to open the payload bay doors. Shuttle Control Houston, 1 hour, 31 minutes mission elapsed time. The center line latches are now being released. All of the center line latches are now released. Pilot Bob Overmeyer now proceeding with releasing the bulkhead latches. The starboard forward and aft bulkhead latches are now released. The starboard door should be coming open.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
You got the starboard door just about all the way open, and it's opening right on time. Tail looks beautiful.
Mighty fine.
We're just pressing through right on the other side. Forward and aft latches on the port door opening this time. You can tell John I did this with a manual switch instead because I want to get some more views of those doors closing a little bit.
Okay, we copy that, Bob.
Starboard door is now opened.
I didn't really have a good view of which roller was going to hit. It looked like they're all going to hit right on the end of the striker plate. And the starboard doors, port doors coming open.
The port bulkhead latches are unlatched, and that was Pilot Bob Overmeyer reporting the port door coming open.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead.
Okay, we have the PDI DFL/FPM loaded.
Okay, copy the PDI.
Doors are open.
How's the view?
The payload bay doors are now opened. Both starboard and port doors are opened.
Bob, looks real neat with the doors open. And we have some particles of lint that came out of the payload bay, but it was really pretty clean. Looks real neat.
Okay, we copy that, and copy the good view, but I'd still like to check it myself.
You'll get your chance, Bob.
Shuttle Control, Houston, 1 hour 36 minutes mission elapsed time. Standing by now for television signal.
Okay, Bob, this is MS1/2. How do you read?
Got you loud and clear there, 1/2.
Okay, I'm starting to post-insertion sun shield closing for ANIC. Would you make sure the operator selects the ANIC model?
We got it, and we're watching the TV of it, Joe. For Bill.
Hey, Bob, did you say you got TV of it?
That's affirmative. We're controlling the TV from down here.
Shuttle Control, Houston, 1 hour 40 minutes mission elapsed time.
With Spec 1 by now?
Yes, sir. We're through with Spec 1.
Here comes the ANIC sun shield. Close, execute, mark. And Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Doing my vacuum and nerding, I got a little confused and grabbed a couple of the switches wrong on the fill and drain and the LO2 pre-valve. And so you'll see some there. I got it all sorted out, but you're going to see some cycles on the pre-valve switches that really weren't intended.
Oh, okay, Bob, we copy that. Configuration looks good at this time.
Again. And Bob, you might take a look around. We're getting a cabin atmosphere hardware warning periodically. If something's up at a limit, we can't find it right now.
Okay, we'll look through the data down here and see what's happening.
We are not getting a software message, but we're getting almost continuous cabin messages now.
Okay, understand.
Okay, Bob, we got SCA2 for SBS enabled. We're on the top of page 3-5, beginning the health checks. Floodlights have been off.
Okay, Bill, we copy. You're beginning the health check.
SBS is configured. Here comes internal power.
That report, the health check is underway on the SBS. Now putting it on internal power.
Okay,
Bob. I put STS on ASC1 internal power at an MET of 1 hour, 43 minutes, 50 seconds.
Okay, Bill, we copy.
That's Mission Specialist Bill Lenore making that report from Columbia.
And Bill, just for your information, the PROC's getting the data, and they say it looks real good to them.
Okay, super. Thank you much. And we will not read these numbers down to you unless you ask for them. It's interesting to note that the decoder right now has come up 255. I think it was 251 last time here at the Cape test.
Bill, the word is on that was due to the way the PDI was loaded. It's looking good.
That's what I figured. There was one 4-bit that was not set last time, as obviously is now.
Columbia, this is Houston, 30 seconds to LOS. Dakar will be next at 153. And be advised, we see no problems with your PCS system right now. Possibly you're operating pretty close to the caution and warning limit. When the cabin cools down a little bit, you should get a little bit further away from that limit.
Okay, fine. Are we going to, maybe I missed it, we got to go for orbit ops?
That's firm. You have a go for orbit ops.
Thank you.
How long is the next ALS?
Next AOS is at 153.
For how long Delta T?
For 6 minutes.
Shuttle Control Houston, 1 hour 48 minutes mission elapsed time. Loss of signal now with Columbia. Columbia will next be acquired in approximately 5 minutes through Dakar. This is Shuttle Control Houston. This is Shuttle Control Houston, 1 hour 52 minutes mission elapsed time, less than a minute away now from reacquiring Columbia through Dakar and Ascension. We'll stand by and pick up the conversation as it develops. Now receiving data through Dakar.
Columbia, this is Houston with you through Dakar and Ascension for 10 minutes.
Okay, loud and clear. Okay, Bob, I held back on ASC2. It is configured. I'm getting ready to send you the internal power.
Okay, we copy, Bill.
Okay, there's internal power at 153.04 MET, and I'll hold that for 4 minutes, and you can look at it in real time.
Roger.
Okay, Bob, and if you're getting data, we got an APU hydraulic water boiler message at 151.42, and I've got spec 88 or 86 up on CRT3 at this time.
Okay, Bob, we got the spec, and we think it might be toggling of a transducer that caused us to call you about the unstable water boiler earlier, but we'll look at it.
Oh, number one is got a rake press of -11 right now. The other two are okay.
Okay, we're going to Timbu that up, Timbu another limit up to you so it won't keep bugging you for the flight.
Okay, Bob, if you concur, I'm just going to ignore that one and forget it. Is that right?
That's firm. Columbia, this is Houston.
Yes.
Got some reconfiguration for you. We'd like to get some PDI data up to you, and we'd like to also troubleshoot the CRT at the same time if you're ready to copy. We'd like you to deassign CRT3 and assign CRT2 to SM. And give us a Spec 60 Pro on CRT2 when you get that done.
Okay, say it again. We're on deassign CRT3.
That's firm, and then assign CRT2 to your SM machine.
Okay, Bob, I've got the same picture on SM on the machine. If you configure break the picture into quadrants, 4 quadrants, I have the upper right quadrant of the CRT spec antenna is displaced into the lower left quadrant of the CRT2. Now it just went blank, period.
Okay, Bob, could you call a Spec 60 on that machine, please?
I'll try. It's a blank tube right now, Bob. That's all we got.
Okay, we copy. Let us look at it for a while. In the meantime, you've got to go for verniers and high-load evap off and ammonia boiler off.
Okay, we'll do those things. Thank you. Okay, Bob, that's it on for 4 minutes. This is Bill back here on the STS deploy. I'm going to secure that and close the doors.
Okay, we copy, Bill.
Okay, Bob, here comes the door closing.
Okay, Bill, wish we could see it.
Execute. Just now sent it.
That report of door closing
on the doors, they're starting. You might note that the port lights seem to hang for just a second started.
The door closing reported is the sun shield on the SBS. We're now processing data through Ascension.
Houston, Columbia? Houston, Columbia?
Meanwhile,
Columbia, this is Houston. Go ahead.
Can I get CRT3 back? I think 2's dead.
Stand by a second.
Okay, Bob, we got the sun shield closed. We got 2 out of 3. Positions 1 and 2 indicating closed, 3 indicating blank. Same signature was on Anik, except 1 second later, 3 also indicated closed.
Okay, Bill, we copy that and see the spacecraft is deconfigured.
Okay, I understand. You've seen it all and you think it's neat too. We're going to accept this and power it down.
Columbia, this is Houston. Would you verify on panel L1 high-load evap is off?
Okay, stand by.
And Columbia, this is Houston. We can't do much with your CRT2, so we'd like you to deassign CRT2, get 3 back up online, and give us an SM spec 60, please.
that was Capcom Bob Stewart. The crew has reported earlier they're drawing a blank picture on CRT2.
Okay, Bob, what did you want on spec now, please?
We'd like an SM spec 60.
You're getting it on 3.
Okay. Columbia, Houston, we see some illegal entries there on CRT3. You might go over to CRT1 and make sure that you don't have any specs hung up underneath there.
Yeah, we'll do it. But also, I'm worried that you had me do that spec 60 on the CRT2 and then it died. I'm afraid it might have it on there.
Bob, we show that it does not have it.
Okay, well, let me try some else. And all of Section 3 and the deploy checklist is complete, including the TVR, VTR, DAC.
Copy, Bill.
Tell the guys they owe me one for giving it to them in real time. Okay, Bob, I don't know where it was, but you got spec 60 up on CRT3.
Okay, we see it. Columbia, Houston, we're about 20 seconds to LOS at Ascension. Botswana will be next at 2:07. Be about an 8-minute pass there.
Okay, Bob, see you there.
Shuttle Control Houston, 2 minutes 4 seconds mission elapsed time. A loss of signal now through Ascension. Botswana acquires in a little under 4 minutes. This is Shuttle Control Houston. This is Shuttle Control Houston, 2 hours 5 minutes mission elapsed time. Flight Dynamics Officer Ron Epps reports a parking orbit now of with an apogee of 161 nautical miles, a perigee of 160 nautical miles. The orbital period is 1 hour, 30 minutes, 34 seconds. This report based on tracking data over the first stateside pass. At 2 hours, 6 minutes mission elapsed time, this is Shuttle Control Houston. This is Shuttle Control Houston, 2 hours, 7 minutes mission elapsed time, standing by for recontact with Columbia through Botswana. This is Shuttle Control Houston.
Columbia Houston's with you through Botswana for 8 minutes.
Hey, loud clear. Enough to keep away from the windows, Bob. Hey, these restraints are no sweat. You just take off your boots and your socks and you can use your toes. It's like having 4 hands.
I wouldn't touch that one with a 10-foot pole, Bill.
Or a 9-foot Greek, huh? He means it. He's barefoot. I presume you got that stuff in.
We didn't quite get all the PDI data up to you there because of a time constraint, but you can have that CRT back now. We'll have to get it back again in Hawaii.
Okay, and understand you have the refs mats set up so we can proceed with the refs mat update?
That's from the refs mats are on board.
Thank you. Bob, is ECOM able to see the fuel cell purge going on?
We've got a UHF site here. We won't be able to see it until we get over to Hawaii.
Okay, I forgot you're in Botswana. Okay, we're in the fuel cell purge, page, top of page 1-15.
Okay.
Shuttle Control Houston, 2 hours, 10 minutes. That was pilot Bob Overmeyer reporting they're presently purging fuel cells.
Columbia, this is Houston.
Go ahead, Bob.
Okay, when you get to the block where you configure the controls for on orbit, on panel L1, we'd like to leave the FES primary A on for about another orbit, and we'll give you a call when to turn it off.
Okay, copy. We'll leave FES Pri A on for another orbit.
That's Charlie Vance.
We'll wait your call.
Columbia Houston, we're 30 seconds to LOS. Yargady is next at 0227.
Okay, see you there.
Shuttle Control Houston, 2 hours, 16 minutes mission elapsed time. Loss of signal now through Botswana. Columbia will next be acquired through Yargady. This also a UHF only station. We'll receive no telemetry data until Hawaii. At 2 hours, 16 minutes mission elapsed time, this is Shuttle Control Houston.
Goddard, Houston, air to ground 1. Goddard, Houston, air to ground 1.
This is Goddard voice on air ground 1.
Yes, Houston, how do you copy?
George, you're a little weak.
Test 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, how copy?
Stand by. Let me go get you in another position. White House, Goddard. White House, Goddard.
This is Shuttle Control Houston, 2 hours, 27 minutes mission elapsed time. Less than 30 seconds away now from Yargady acquisition. This is Shuttle Control Houston.
Columbia, this is Houston with you through Yargady for 7.5 minutes.
Okay, Houston, loud and clear. We're busy configuring the cabin here.
Okay, Vance, have you had a chance to put your debris report on the recorder yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
opportunity.
All right, sir. Have you got anybody back around R13?
Bob, how do you copy, Joe?
You're loud and clear, Joe.
Okay, while Vance and Bob are working there, I can give you a short report looking out through the side window. Right at SRB SEP, it looked like it began to snow, and it stayed with us, snow going in all directions, not just streaming back along the vehicle. All very small, very white particles, and that went to you called one-engine TOW capability.
Okay, Joe, we copied that.
And nothing large. The impression is it looked very much like ice. It certainly didn't seem to be off the any material of any color.
And we've looked around the outside of the vehicle from our windows, and near as we can tell, everything looks normal.
Okay, mighty fine. And Columbia, if you got somebody back around R13, I'd like you to get somebody to give me a check on the caution and warning parameter matrix lights that are illuminated in column 4.
Stand by. Okay, Bob, the only one we're showing tripped is 04.
Okay, copy 004 is illuminated. And could you look up on F7 and tell me if the cabin atmosphere light is still on?
That's affirmative, Bob.
Okay, thanks a lot. We're still chasing down your cabin pressure problem here.
Okay, what's our cabin press look to you? It looks pretty good to us.
Yeah, the cabin press looks fine. We're just trying to find out why you got the warning, and we just can't quite put our finger on it yet.
Yeah, I'm glad you got something to do.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Bob, we checked the star tracker, and we had star pass on both Y and Z trackers, and just opened the doors successfully. Door open time was about 7 seconds, both.
Okay, Vance, we copy.
Okay, Bob, and per the pictorial on page 1 Alpha dash 3, I'm taking those O2 and H2 tank heaters for 3 to auto at this time.
Okay, we copy. And Columbia, this is an advisory on your cabin press. We do think that it was a problem we talked about before. That you're just toggling back and forth across the caution warning limit, and it'll come back down with time here.
Okay, fine. That was sort of our impression, too. Thanks.
Columbia, Houston, we're 30 seconds to LOS at Yargady. Guam will be next at 0242.
Okay, understand.
Hey, Bob, are we clear to switch APU cooling systems?
Stand by, Bob. Columbia, Houston, your goal to switch APU cooling systems in the blind.
Got it.
Shuttle control, Houston, 2 hours, 35 minutes mission elapsed time. Loss of signal now through Yargady. Next to acquire will be Guam in a little under, or about 6.5 minutes. This is about a 3-minute pass through Guam.
The White House, Houston, contact.
This is White House, Houston, go ahead.
Give her a comm check. How do you copy?
Loud and clear. 1, 2.
Okay, you're loud and clear also.
Shuttle control, Houston, 2 hours, 42 minutes mission elapsed time. Now processing data through Guam.
Columbia, this is Houston with you through Guam for 3 minutes.
Okay, Houston, loud and clear.
And Columbia, be advised, you're pretty close to getting a warning on the water tank B quantity, just because we're still on the FES, no problem.
Okay, thanks for the advisory.
Columbia, this is Houston. Would you give us a resume on spec 60, please?
Okay, Bob, you want to resume on CRT3, is that firm?
That's firm.
Okay, Bob, there's resume on CRT3.
Okay, we see that. And Bill, just as a status report for you, due to your expeditious completion of the health check, your spacecraft retained a couple more degrees of temperature, so everything is looking good.
Super, glad to hear that. And understand if there's anything funny come up, you'll, with that they see, you'll let us know.
That's firm.
That was Capcom Bob Stewart advising Bill Lenore that the SPS satellite data looks good.
Columbia, Houston, we're 20 seconds to LOS. Hawaii will be next at 0253.
Okay, we got you, Bob.
This is Shuttle Control Houston, 2 hours 45 minutes mission elapsed time. Loss of signal now with Guam on the end of this second revolution. Next station to acquire will be Hawaii in about 7.5 minutes. 2 hours 46 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control Houston. Shuttle Control Houston, 2 hours 53 minutes mission elapsed time. We're now processing data through Hawaii.
Columbia, this is Houston with you through Hawaii for 8 minutes.
Hello, roger, Bob. And Bob, this is Joe. I can do an EOG calibration, the last one before I tear the equipment down if somebody's got strip charts there.
Okay, Joe, we're ready. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm doing the calibration now. Stand by. Hey, Bob, that was a lot of fun. We'd like to reset and do it again.
Columbia, Houston, we'd like you to give us an SM spec 60, please.
Okay, it's on CRT3.
Okay, copy. We see it on CRT3. And have you guys had a chance to get your debris report yet? We'd like to go back to normal recorder management if you have.
We'll get there. This is Cody Cutter for you right now. By the way, Bob, from the PLC side, my window was so dirty. I saw a couple specks go by, and then I was watching the engine, so I don't have anything to report, and Vance is going to do it right now.
Okay, y'all just give us a holler when you get through. In the meantime, I've got a couple of configurations for you. On panel L1, the high-load duct heater rotary switch. We'd like that to go to off, please.
Okay, high-load duct heater off.
And you have a go for item 48, airlock reset, whenever you want to do that.
Okay, we'll do it to pass an SM here. Bob, I finished.
the EOG calibration, and I was on setting 2 and setting 3, and you should have gotten both EOG traces and a potentiometer trace. I hope that your backroom can report you did.
Okay, Joe, we copy and we'll let you know, and we'd like to get that SM Spec 60 back up, please.
Okay, and I'm going to take down the medical equipment now.
Joe, you'll be pleased to know that all the traces came down 5 by.
Okay, very good. And a subjective comment, I really feel no different now than just before launch.
Outstanding.
And as we suspected, these MSCs are a lot easier to handle in 0G.
Columbia, this is Houston. Whenever you have a chance, I've got some fuel cell delta volts for you to copy. If you like them now, I'll give them to you.
Stand by, Bob. I'm on the way up there. Okay, Bob, I got my cue card ready to copy.
Okay, they are 1.1, 1.0, 1.0. Columbia, we are 30 seconds to LOS, and be advised the water spray boiler quantity for water spray boiler 1 Timbu is on board. We set it low, so you shouldn't be bothered with the caution and warning anymore.
Okay, Bob. Almost sunrise.
And we'll talk to you through Buckhorn at 303.
Okay, see you at 03.
Shuttle Control Houston, 3 hours, 1 minute mission elapsed time, loss of signal through Hawaii. Columbia will be reacquired through Buckhorn in less than, or in about a minute and a half. Columbia now coming up on the start of the third revolution.
Columbia, this is Houston with you through Buckhorn for 8 minutes.
Roger, Bob. We copy, and we're with you. And, Bob, I just made the debris report, and it was started somewhere around 3 hours, and I cycled CRT-1 power.
Okay, Vance, we see the CRT cycles. And Columbia, we still need Spec 60 for a little bit longer. If you can make sure we got one here.
Got it. And we're going to the cap, putting aside our insertion book.
That sounds good.
Shuttle Control Houston, 3 minutes or 3
And,
hours
Bob, we
timer.
skipped all the RMS stuff in the post insertion.
Copy, and we concur with that.
We looked to see if we had one when we got on orbit, and it didn't look like we did.
That might explain some low performance if you had one there.
Right. Any comments on that performance?
No, Vance, not at this point. Just haven't analyzed it yet.
Okay.
The report from
Well,
Columbia.
it seemed to get us into orbit with Delta V to spare.
The report
You bet.
from
Wasn't that low.
from Columbia, the crew aboard Columbia now working with a crew activity plan. They reference the RMS was a joking reference since the documentation remained in the.
Yeah, Vance. You know that low performance call was just for stuck throttle eventualities. Your real performance going up there was good.
It was a fine ride, I'll tell you.
The reference to the RMS was remained in the post-deorbit prep document. The crew should shortly be aligning the IMU.
Yeah.
we're at 3 hours, 7 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control Houston, continuing to monitor the stateside pass.
This is Houston. We'd like to report that the post-insertion activities by the ground are now done, and you can have Spec 60 back.
Super. Thank you, sir.
Columbia, this is Houston. In about 1 minute, we're going to lose you for 2 minutes and pick you up at Mila. In the meanwhile, if someone's available, I would like you to put the right ADI switch into LVLH. It'll help us look at some angles down here on the ground.
Okay, Bob, say where you want to switch to inertial or LVLH.
Okay, yeah, that's the right ADI switch to LVLH.
Got it there.
And Columbia would be LOS in 10 seconds. See you in 2 minutes.
Okay.
Columbia, Houston is with you through Mila, standing by.
Okay, and we're in a maneuver to IMU line attitude.
Vance, be advised that during the next ascension pass, at about 9:55, we're going to have a guest Capcom talk to you for a few minutes.
Okay, great. We'll be standing by. That's at, say the time again?
That was, excuse me, I gave you an Eastern Standard Time. That'll be during the ascension pass at, what, about stand by 3:35 or 3:36. I'll give you some warning closer to the time.
Okay, good.
Bob, for your debris report, there are chunks of material coming off the OMS pods off the back. They look like pieces of paper. They're quite thin, and they're about the size of a flake of paper up to and including an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper. Very thin.
Okay, we'll copy that, Joe, and you say you can definitely tell it's coming off of the pod surface?
They're appearing from behind the pod. That's correct.
Okay, copy from behind the pod.
Shuttle Control Houston, 3 hours, 19 minutes mission elapsed time. The GNC reports Columbia and the proper alignment attitude for the IMU alignment, and the stars are in. Things look good. We've have about a minute remaining on this pass through Bermuda. We'll stand by, continue to monitor.
Columbia, this is Houston. We're 30 seconds to LOS. Ascension is next at 0333. We see the stars in the star trackers. We have the torquing data. All we'll need from you on the alignment is the torquing time.
Okay.
Shuttle Control Houston, 3 hours, 20 minutes mission elapsed time. Loss of signal now with Bermuda. Columbia will be reacquired at Ascension in approximately 12 minutes. This is Shuttle Control Houston. This is Shuttle Control Houston, 3 hours, 32 minutes mission elapsed time. Standing by now for reacquisition of signal with Columbia through Ascension. We're now processing data through Ascension.
Columbia, this is Houston with you through Ascension for 6 minutes.
Okay, this is Columbia, loud and clear.
Hey, Vance, we got a little problem here with the Ops 1 recorder getting a bit hot. And in order to get that guy cooled down a little bit, we'd like you to take both Freon loops to interchange your flow, please.
Okay, that's being done. And that's on interchanger both.
Okay, sir. Thank you. And Vance, we're standing by for a torquing time on your line, if you have that.
Roger, if you got all the numbers, we torqued at 3 hours, 22 minutes, 48 seconds.
Okay, copy 3:22:48.
And Houston, Columbia, the aft controller checkout's complete. It checked out good.
Okay, copy, Vance.
Yeah, you're way behind on it. You were supposed to do it started at 3:10 and it's 3:36.
White House, stand by for the President.
Yes, sir. Standing by.
Columbia, this is Houston. Stand by for a message from the President of the United States. Go ahead, Mr. President.
One moment. Columbia, this is the White House. We're waiting for the President to pick up.
Roger. Hello?
Columbia,
Hello?
this is the White House. We have the President of the United States. Go ahead.
Hello? Hello, Mr. President?
Yes.
This is Columbia.
Yes, who is this? Vance?
Yes, sir. All four of us are standing by here, having a good time up here, sir, getting ready for a deployment.
Well, now, wait till I get my hat and I'll go with you. Listen, I just wanted to tell you, Vance Brand and Robert Overmeyer, William Lenoir, and Joseph Allen, how proud we all are of what you're doing and how much our prayers are with you for success, and how everyone down here is watching, and how pleased we were with the beautiful send-off this morning. You know, some time ago, I had an opportunity to speak to some astronauts who were up there in one of the earlier flights of Columbia, and I asked them if, when they came over Washington on their last go-round, they'd pick me up and drop me off in California with them. And I'll repeat the request. They didn't do it. But seriously, we are very proud of you, and you know how much all of us here and down below are rooting for you up there. All of America is watching you.
Well, thank you very much, sir. It's a beautiful world that we're going over, currently over the Atlantic, and we're very proud to be up here representing America.
Well, we're proud of you, and we're going to try down here to keep that world as beautiful as it is to you looking at it from up there. Sometimes I wonder, just seeing some of the results of your flights, the pictures and all, I wonder if more of us could see it from that angle, we might realize that there must be a way to make it as united in reality here on Earth as it looks from outer space. Over.
Yes, sir. We're in total agreement on that one.
All right. Well, God bless you, and best wishes to all of you. And again, congratulations. Over.
Okay.
Over and out.
5 seconds to LOS, Columbia.
Shuttle Control, Houston. Loss of signal now with Columbia through Ascension. We're at 3 hours 40 minutes mission elapsed time. During the Ascension pass, the crew aboard Columbia spoke with the President of the United States. At 3 hours and 40 minutes mission elapsed time, this is Shuttle Control, Houston.
Columbia, this is Houston with you through Botswana for 7 minutes.
Okay, loud and clear. Looks a little bit like a studio up here right now with Joe setting up all these cameras.
Oh, that's great. He's a man after my own heart. Columbia, this is Houston. We're 15 seconds to LOS. We'll talk to you next at Yargady.
Okay, Bob, we copy that.
Oh, Roger, Bob, and I'll stand corrected. The next pass will be Guam.
Just forgot to ring is on Air Ground 1. It's coming from Bermuda.
This is Mission Control, Houston. Less than a minute now from acquisition of spacecraft Columbia through the station at Guam. As the crew completes unstowing cabin equipment and coming up on their noon meal. Acquisition expected at any moment and standing by.
Columbia, this is Houston with you through Guam for 8 minutes.
Roger, Bob, we copy. Roger, Houston, we copy. How do you copy us?
Bob, got you loud and clear. And at your convenience, we'd like to get the star trackers into the track mode.
Okay, we'll do it.
Columbia, this is Houston. We'd like to get an SM Spec 62 and item 6, please.
Spec 62, item 6. Item 6, what's it, Bob?
That's from item 6.
Okay, you got it.
Columbia, this is Houston. We've got 50 seconds to LOS. Hawaii will be next at 0429. This will probably be the last pass for the ascent guys. We sure enjoyed working with you. You guys sure make it easy flying those good ascents like that.
Thanks for giving us such a good one. It was good working with you, Bob. We'll see you later.
Okay, Vance, 20 seconds to LOS, private medical conference. We'll be first at Hawaii on the next pass.
Okay, we'll be standing by for that. Okay.
This is Mission Control, Houston. Loss of signal at Guam. 5 minutes away from reacquisition through Hawaii, at which the crew will have a private medical conference with the orbit team flight surgeon, Dr. Ellen Schulman. Meanwhile, the orbit team is settling down for the day's activities, headed up by Flight Director Dr. John Cox. We're 3 hours, 34 minutes away from deploying the first of the 2 commercial satellites, SBS. There likely will be part of the Hawaii pass turned back to the Capcom after the private medical conference, and we'll return at that time.
Columbia, Houston, the orbit team is with you for another 5 minutes through Hawaii. We'd like to congratulate you on a beautiful launch today, and we're looking forward to an equally successful deploy.
Okay, well, thank you much. We're going to be trying hard. We'll get a good one.
Roger that, Vance. And Columbia, Houston, we're 30 seconds from LOS. We'll talk to you through the States in about 3 minutes.
Okay, see you there.
This is Mission Control, Houston. The private medical conference only took less than 2 minutes of the Hawaii pass before it was handed back to the Capcom on the orbit team, Mike Coates. We're about a minute away from reacquisition through the States. The offgoing ascent team flight director, Tommy Holloway, and his Data Processing System Engineer Ernie Smith will conduct a change of shift press conference at approximately 11:20 Central Standard Time in the briefing room, the JSC News Center. Should have acquisition within about 30 seconds through Buckhorn and Goldstone.
Columbia, Houston, with you through the States for 7 minutes, over.
Loud and clear.
Roger, and be advised the payload comm system is working perfectly, and you're also go for APU cool-off.
Super on the payload comm. Okay, understand we'll do the APU thing.
Roger.
And Mike, that's APU cooling off, right?
That's affirmative.
Hey, Mike, are you down there?
That's affirmative, Bob.
Got a bunch of tourists. Everybody's up against the windows. There's a photo pass. There it is. You ought to see this, Mike. Even as we speak, we're looking at the entire peninsula of Baja California, the Gulf of California. We can easily see the Salton Sea, the Mojave, the whole 9 yards here. We're just coming right up on it and going down the edge of Mexico, and then we're going to hit right across Central America. Looks like LA is absolutely clear this morning. The Channel Islands are clear.
Roger, sounds like a beautiful sight.
And Mike, while we got you, what parameter was giving us that caution warning on the cabin atmosphere all the time?
Roger, stand by.
It was strictly a hardware, but we were curious.
And Columbia, Houston, that's cabin pressure, and we're just toggling right on the edge of the limit. That's no problem.
Okay.
That's the upper limit on the cabin pressure. And we're about 20 seconds from LOS. We'll talk to you again through Mila at 4 + 5-1.
Okay. 4 + 51.
Columbia, Houston, with you through Mila for 2 minutes, over.
Roger, Mike.
And Columbia, Houston, your go to turn the APU controller power 3 of them to off.
Okay, Mike, we got them off.
Roger. And Columbia, Houston, we're 30 seconds to LOS. We'll talk to you through Ascension at 5 + 09.
Okay, see you at Ascension.
This is Mission Control, Houston. Loss of signal through the Merritt Island Launch Area Tracking Station. On orbit 4, Columbia's 5th flight into space. 16 minutes from reacquisition through Ascension Island. Meanwhile, the change of ship press conference with Flight Director, Ascent Team Flight Director Tommy Holloway and his Data Processing Officer Ernie Smith should start at about 11:20 in the JSC newsroom. Back in 15 minutes at Ascension. Mission Control, Houston.
Hello, Hip.
Columbia, Houston, with you through Ascension for 3 minutes. We hope you're enjoying your meal.
Yeah, we're really chowing down here. Just finished a nice pass over South America, too.
Roger. And Columbia, Houston, we're 30 seconds to LOS. We'll talk to you through Botswana at 5 + 19.
Okay, see you over Africa.
Columbia, Houston, standing by through Botswana for 7 minutes.
Roger, Houston.
Loud and clear. We're showering down.
Roger, we copy. And Columbia, Houston, we're 30 seconds from LOS. We'll talk to you through Guam at 5 plus 5-1, and we'll have the pads ready for you then, and a weather message will be coming up over Guam.
This is Mission Control, Houston. Acquisition now through Guam Island. At this pass, the Capcom will read up the so-called pads, the information for deploying the SPS satellite, and for the separation maneuver. Some 14
Columbia,
minutes
Houston, with you through Guam for 7 minutes. Over.
Okay, we're reading you loud and clear.
Okay, we've got you loud and clear. We'd like you to clear the star table if you could. Item 20 on spec 22. You can expect a teleprinter weather message coming up at this pass. And we've got the deploy and set pads when you're ready to copy.
Okay, Mike, stand by.
Roger.
Go ahead with the pad.
Roger, Columbia, Houston. The SBS deploy pad follows. Deploy time, MET 0 days /07:58:35. GMT 315/20:17:35. Item 17 GMT plus 27289.055. Deploy attitude 024.15, 087.28, 292.55. Read back.
Okay, Mike, read back follows. Deploy time MET, 7 hours, 58:35, 315-20-1735. Seconds, 27-289-055. Attitude roll, 02415, 08728, 29255. Over.
Roger, Bill. That's a good read back, and I've got the SEP burn pad when you're ready to copy.
Go ahead.
Roger, SBS SEP burn pad follows. Both ohms engines, TV roll 180, trim load minus 0.2, minus 5.7, plus 5.7, weight 223689. TIG 0 days /08:13:35.0. PEG 7 targets. Plus 0015.4 plus all balls minus 004.4. Burn attitude 024-035-345. Delta V total 0016.0. TGO 00:09.
You cut out after the item 26, start again with Delta V total.
Okay, Delta V total 0016.0. TGO is 00:09. VGO X plus 0015.40 plus all balls plus 004.41. Target HA is 169 and HP is plus 161. Read back.
Okay, Mike, I'll read it back. Ohms both. TV roll 180 minus 0.2 minus 5.7 plus 5.7. 2236890 0081335.0 plus 0015.4. All balls minus 004.4. Burn at 024-035-345. 16.0, 9 seconds, minus 15.40, all balls, and plus 4.41. 169er, 161, over.
Roger, the VGO X, Bob, should be plus 0015.4.
15.4.
And that's a plus sign on that.
Okay, plus.
Okay, that's a good readback, Bob. And Columbia Houston, the targets, the Timboos, and Excel biases are all on board now.
Okay, thanks.
And the targets are looking good.
I wonder if you could do something to help us do a lot of searching up here. We got the long water hose for the dispenser, and we thought it was supposed to have a faucet on the end of it. And where's the faucet or the fixture on the end of it, or are we finding the wrong hose?
Okay, I understand you're missing the dispenser on the end of, or the faucet on the end of the water dispenser.
Well, it may be there somewhere. Just somebody tell us where to start looking for it. We're not sure.
Okay, we're working on that. And Columbia Houston, we got about a minute left in this Guam pass. We noticed you've got a S76 comm fault message. Do you know what caused that?
Yeah. Mike, this is Joe. We were experimenting with the VTR and the monitors here, and the message came up during that time. We have had no power on the camera since we opened the payload bay door, so we think it may be some kind of a false message. It's since gone away, and it's a camera temp message.
Okay, Joe, we copy that, and that's understood now and expected.
We're just puzzled why a camera temp came up because they were turned off.
And Columbia Houston, we have about 8 seconds left in the pass. We'll talk to you through Hawaii at 6+05.
Roger, we'll see you then.
This is Mission Control Houston. Elapsed time of 6 hours into the 5th flight of Orbiter Columbia. Loss of signal through Guam, about 4.5 minutes roughly away from reacquisition through Hawaii. Spacecraft communicator Mike Coates read up to the crew of Columbia the numbers they will need for the payload deploy of SBS, and also for the separation burn that happened some 15 minutes later. Deployed time is now a elapsed time of 7 hours, 58 minutes, 35 seconds. The separation burn will be a 2 ohms engine burn, both engines, of 16 feet per second posigrade, which will be 15 minutes later. 15 minutes after deploying the SBS. Back in about 3 minutes at Hawaii. Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston. 50 seconds now away from reacquisition of Columbia through Hawaii. Slightly over 1 orbit away now from deployment of the SBS satellite on the next orbit, orbit number 6, as Columbia sweeps down across the Eastern Pacific. Crew will move to their deployment checklist as they begin this rev.
Columbia Houston with you through Hawaii for 7.5 minutes, over.
Okay, loud and clear.
And Columbia Houston, the contingency water dispenser can be found in the IFM locker MF43K.
Okay, yeah, we were looking there, Mike, but we can't find the, there should be an end on the thing, right? Should be an end on the thing, and we've got all kinds of contingency water, or not contingency water dispenser. What I'm looking for is a water dispenser that attaches, the hose that attaches to the operational water dispenser, Mike.
Okay, we're looking at that, Bob. And Columbia, Houston, we'd like to verify that you've tried location ML84K to get the water hose and dispenser next to the window shade back.
Okay, that's where we didn't look. We were looking in the wrong place. ML24K.
Roger, ML84K.
84, ML84K.
That's correct. And as far as that Spec 76 comm message, anytime that the VTR is in playback, the video control unit treats it as a camera and tries to sense a temperature that's not there, which means any kind of a noise in the system causes that message.
Okay, Mike, that's exactly what happened. That explains it. Thank you.
Roger, Joe. And Columbia, Houston, we're 45 seconds to LOS. We'll talk to you again through the States at 6+16. We'd like to request that you go ahead and take the APU heater, gas generator, fuel pump A auto on panel A12. The call out at the top of page 4-6 in the cap.
Okay, copy. And Houston still copy?
Roger, we copy.
Do you want pry 8 turned off? We have the topping on now.
Stand by a second, Vance. Roger, we'd like to leave that on for a while, Vance.
Okay.
Columbia, Houston, with you through Buckhorn for 2 minutes, over.
Sure, go ahead.
Roger, read you loud and clear. We're standing by through Buckhorn.
Okay, and we're briefing right now, so we'll continue that.
Roger. Columbia, Houston, we're 30 seconds from LOS. We'll talk to you again through Botswana at 6+55.
Okay, see you there.
This is Mission Control, Houston. Loss of signal through Buckhorn. Next station in 35 minutes will be Botswana. Meanwhile, the crew of Columbia are reviewing the procedures for deploying SBS, which is now an hour and 39 minutes away, just slightly over one full orbit away. We'll return at Botswana at mission elapsed time 6 hours 19 minutes. This is Mission Control, Houston. This is Mission Control, Houston, 40 seconds away from acquisition at Botswana.
Columbia, Houston, with you through Botswana for 6.5 minutes, over.
Okay, loud and clear.
Roger, read you loud and clear.
And Houston, we're starting into the deploy book, sort of getting set up.
Roger, we copy. Columbia, Houston, we're 30 seconds from short LOS. We'll talk to you through iOS at 7+03.
Okay, Mike, and we have begun the pre-deploy PAM checks on page 5-5. We are checking out the backup SCA, that is SCA-1. It is enabled at this time.
Roger, we copy, Bill. Columbia, Houston, with you through iOS for 6 minutes, over.
Okay, Mike, we have completed the pre-deploy checks. We have SCA-2 now selected as the prime SCA, and we have completed all the operating steps up through the bottom of page 5-7. We are standing by for deploy operations. Everything is down the middle of the road. No surprises. The TL bat temp is 82, solid temp is 75, and we still have only positions 1 and 2 indicating closed, 3 indicating blank on the sun shield. Other than that, everything has been exactly nominal.
Roger, we copy that, Bill.
And we'll be just a little bit slower here going through some of these because I'm down to 1 tube with CRT2 out.
we just saw you put the payload recorder panel control to gray.
Roger, say again. Roger, we copy that.
And Mike, be advised we found the water hose and connected it all up.
Roger, we copy.
And for the status of our operations, we are at the top of pages 5-8, 5-9, standing by for 40 minutes for orbiter operations and 25 minutes for PAM operations.
Roger, we copy.
Houston, please.
Columbia, Houston, go ahead.
Okay, Mike, just a note of interest on daylight side passers looking aft. We see little rings, little bits of ice apparently coming off the main engines. I'm sure it's normal. Just we'll see a strip slightly curved strip, maybe a couple of feet long, come off and spin away very slowly.
Roger, we copy that. And Columbia, Houston, we're 30 seconds from LOS. We'll talk to you through Guam at 7 + 2, 9.
Yeah, about 19 minutes.
Mission Control, Houston. Loss of signal at Indian Ocean Station, 17 minutes away from reacquisition at Guam. Less than a little bit over half an orbit away from SBS deploy. Should have some live television during the upcoming Hawaii pass of SBS with its spin motion imparted at that time. We'll return in 16 minutes at Guam. Mission Control, Houston, at 7 hours 12 minutes. Mission Control, Houston, we have acquisition through the Guam tracking station.
Columbia, Houston, with you through Guam for 4.5 minutes, over.
Roger, Houston.
And we read you loud and clear.
And Mike, we're in the maneuver to the deploy attitude.
Roger, we see that, and Bill, we'd like to verify that you have the restraint index memory address list on board.
That's verified. We have it on board. It's in the payload systems data mouth book.
Roger, we copy. And Columbia, Houston, we're going to lose you for a few seconds through a keyhole.
That's Mike.
And Columbia, Houston, we're with you again for 1.5 minutes.
Okay, Mike. And Mike, I assume you guys have double-checked our attitude, make sure we're not making any mistakes up here, right?
Roger, Columbia, your attitude looks good to us.
Okay.
And Columbia, Houston, we're 20 seconds to LOS. We'll see you over Hawaii at 7 + 4, 1. We're looking forward to TV. And once again, you guys got a good attitude up there.
Okay, Mike, and that's firm. We're all set for the little bit of cabin TV. And Mike, you should have cameras Alpha and Delta to use as well. It's a gorgeous sight.
We copy, Joe.
Mission Control, Houston, LOS at Guam, 6 minutes away from reacquisition through Hawaii, where the onboard television cameras in the payload bay will show a picture of SBS being spun up as the crew goes through the deploy operations checklist, and now some 23 minutes away from ejecting SBS from the payload bay. We'll return for the Hawaii pass in 6 minutes at 7 hours 34 minutes. Mission Control, Houston. Mission Control, Houston. We have acquisition at Hawaii at this time. We have now a photo television picture from Columbia.
Columbia, Houston, with you over Hawaii for 8 minutes.
Roger, Mike. We've started mechanical sequence. The starboard restraint is out. The port restraint is coming. We got 0.2 and 0.19 are on the current.
Roger, we copy. We've got good television down here.
Okay, and would you check your index insert inhibit relay from the ground? I'm not sure I had the right addresses. I got no change when I flipped the switch. I did get the out on the direction motors to change on 207, but even my addresses for the restraint motor direction did not flip-flop on me, so I think I may have wrong addresses.
Roger, Bill. Everything looks good to us right now.
Okay, and the port restraint is out. Here comes the spin. Here it goes.
Yeah, we see it down here, Bill. It's beautiful.
And SBS is spinning.
Okay, Mike, we're at 52, coming back down 51 RPM.
Roger, we copy. You guys look good.
Just like Huntington Beach, Mike, that spin control circuit there rings about twice and then seems to settle on down.
Roger, we copy, Bill.
I'm going to activate the spacecraft.
Roger, and we're getting Super TV down here.
Okay, and notice that the errors and rates have really settled out already, Mike, on the universal pointing.
Roger, we copy, Mom.
SBS is configured on ASC1 on hold for your internal power.
Roger, we copy.
Flight Director John Cox polling the positions here and go for deploy.
And Mike, you can tell Al Pennington that the PDI GCOM FTA works properly here in the vehicle. It never did in the SMS. We got the down arrow has disappeared for input 4.
Roger, we copy.
And Mike, if you asked for the item 8 internal power, I missed it.
Okay, Bill, we just now got it. You have a go for internal power.
And you have internal power.
Roger, we see it down here.
Looks like they got a beautiful day in the Hawaiian Islands today, Mike.
Roger, we copy that.
Yeah, this window this time just gave me this beautiful view looking right down on them.
We sure got a beautiful view of the payload back there and the aft flight deck.
Super. You may find this hard to believe, Mike, but in just a minute or so, I'm going to go take my first look at it.
You're right, Bill. We find that pretty hard to believe. And Columbia, Houston, everyone down here is go for deploy with 2 minutes left over Hawaii.
And so is everyone up here.
And Columbia, Houston, with 1 minute to go over Hawaii. Santiago AOS is 8:11:02, and we're looking forward to a good deploy report. Everything looks right on the money to us down here right now.
Hey, we'll see you there. We're looking forward to 1-2. See you shortly, Mike.
Roger, you guys have a good one.
Thank you, Mike.
This is Mission Control, Houston. Loss of signal at Hawaii. About 8 minutes away from when the crew of Columbia will deploy SBS. The television picture through Hawaii showed the satellite spinning at approximately 52 revolutions per minute. All systems aboard SBS appear to be normal at this time. And at Santiago, about 20 minutes from now, we should get a report from the crew on the deployment. The spacecraft will be deployed about 1,200 nautical miles west of the Galapagos Islands at 109 degrees west longitude approximately as orbit 6 crosses the equator. The springs that push the satellite out of the cradle are preloaded to approximately 1,400 pounds compression and will impart about 3 feet per second velocity away from the orbiter. Some 30 minutes after deploy, Columbia will be maneuvered in a posigrade direction of about 16 feet per second in the so-called separation maneuver, so that the orbit then will be 9 miles higher at perigee, the 160 by 169 nautical miles. That is 15 minutes after the deploy maneuver, and then 30 minutes later it'll be above and behind the satellite by some 18 miles. This is one of the many paradoxes of spaceflight where you speed up to slow down. Being in a higher orbit, the period is longer. Therefore, you begin to fall behind another object traveling in the original orbit. The SBS weighs some 2,300 pounds at the time of deploy. However, after both of the upper stages have done their thing, the weight is down to 1,300 pounds. The perigee kick motor, which will ignite some 45 minutes after deployment, will boost the satellite up to 22,300 nautical miles at apogee. The perigee will remain at 160 until the apogee kick motor is fired several days from now by ground command. 18 minutes from acquisition at Santiago. 5 minutes away from deploying SBS. This is mission control at 7 hours 52 minutes. Mission control Houston, we have AOS through Santiago.
Columbia, Houston, with you through Santiago for 2 minutes, over.
Okay, Mike, we deliver. We got SBS off on time, and if you're interested, I'll read you the pad.
Roger, go ahead.
Okay, current attitude, 24.19er, 87.41, 29er2, 0.65. Errors, plus 0.08, minus 0.08, minus 0.07. Rates, minus 0.001, minus 0.001, minus 0.002. Those are all roll pitch yaw in sequence.
Roger, those numbers sounds awful good there.
Did you get those, Mike?
Roger, we copied all the numbers. Bill, how do you read?
Okay, I'm reading you loud and clear now, and we did initially get the RF data back from the PAM, and it looks like we've got it right now. It's been cycling in and out. We went ahead and disabled the DCOM FDA as it was annoying us. But right now it looks good, and there was a short period of time where it did go out on us, but it's back. And we apparently got very good TV and photo documentation of it. Over.
Roger, we're really looking forward to seeing that, Bill.
Mike, we hope the TV comes out. It doesn't play back very well on a monitor, but we're relatively sure we got it. And we, by the way, still have that beautiful satellite in sight. It's traveling just below it.
Roger, we copy, Bill and Joe, and got a lot of happy people down here. You guys did good work.
Okay, we tried to verify the Omni deploy, but we could see nothing either way.
Roger, we copy. And Columbia, Houston, everything's looking good for the burn. We're 30 seconds to LOS, and we'll talk to you again through Botswana at 8+31.
Okay, Mike, we'll see you there.
And we're set up for the burn in 1 minute and 45 seconds.
Roger, we concur.
From now.
Mission control Houston. SBS was successfully deployed on time and in the proper attitude. We deliver, as the crew said, early in the Santiago Pass. 16 minutes to next acquisition, which looks like is Indian Ocean. And in the following Hawaii pass, we ought to get a replay of the onboard recorded television of the deployment sequence itself, which Joe Allen said ought to look pretty good, at least from their monitoring of the television on board. A little bit of handshaking here with the Deputy Administrator of NASA, Hans Mark, congratulating the flight control team for successful deployment of SBS. Returning in 15 minutes for Indian Ocean Station. Mission Control Houston at 8 hours 15 minutes. Mission Control Houston, 40 seconds away from acquisition of Columbia through Botswana voice relay station. Should have a report on the separation burn at this time. We're some 13 minutes away from ignition of the perigee kick motor on the SBS satellite. At the time of ignition, the Columbia should be roughly 18 nautical miles above and behind SBS, belly toward the satellite. They will not be able to see it or photograph it or make TVs pictures of the ignition from that attitude.
Columbia, Houston, with you through Botswana for 5.5 minutes, over.
Okay, Houston, loud and clear.
Roger, we read you loud and clear, and we'd like to get a post-burn report when you have a chance.
Oh yeah, it was a good burn, completely nominal on time, no residuals, no anomalies of any kind.
Roger, we copy that. We'd like you to verify that camera delta is off. We see the comm fault message caused by a high camera temperature, and we want to know if you turned off camera delta.
Mike, that's verified off. It may have been getting some fairly direct sun, and we had it on during the deploy, but turned it off shortly thereafter.
Roger, Joe, we copy. Thank you.
And after the burn, we looked out through the minus Z windows and watched the PAM SBS-3 go beneath us, and we tracked them till we crossed over the Terminator.
Roger, we copy, Vance. And we've got a flight note here concerning the flash evaps, if you got a second.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, we'd like you to go ahead and turn the flash evap controller primary A to off on panel L1, and no water dump will be required tonight. By turning off that FES, we may raise the cabin temperature a little bit, and if it gets warm in there, the cabin temp control procedure is on the orbit ops checklist, page 5-7. And if the temperature does go up, it may raise the cabin pressure a bit. If you get that cabin atmosphere caution warning due to a high cabin press, you can raise the cabin press upper limit. That's channel 4 on the caution and warning. And you can raise that to 3.85, price 3.8.
Okay, copy. Tonight, well, first of all, I just turned on FES Pri A. No water dump tonight. Cabin temp may rise. If so, follow procedure on orbit ops 5-7. And if we're bothered by an alarm, caution warning channel 4 should go to 3.80.
Roger, it's 3.80 now, Vance, and you can raise it to 3.85 if it bumps against that upper limit.
Okay, copy.
And Columbia Houston, we'd like to verify that you turned fast primary A to off.
That's verified.
Roger.
And Mike, how would you like to have us manage the topping of VAP heater duct? Leave it in A for a while?
Roger, Vance, we'd like you to leave it in A for a while, please.
Okay. Mike, when you got a minute, I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
Okay, this is Bill. Looking ahead to the VTR dump, what parts of the deploy do you want? Do you want just the deploy, or do you also want the mechanical sequence?
Stand by, Bill. And Columbia Houston, we'd like to get the VTR dump about deploy minus 5 minutes through the deploy.
Okay, I understand. You're not interested in mechanical sequence, you just want the deploy part.
Roger, we saw the mechanical sequence start before, and we'd just like to get a few minutes before deploy and then a few minutes after deploy. And we're going LOS right now. We'll talk to you through iOS in about 2 minutes.
Okay.
And Columbia Houston, we see ignition on the PKM.
Super. Standing. And we're sitting at the attitude you want us at.
Roger, we copy.
Which is another way of saying we don't see ignition.
Roger, we understand. And Columbia Houston, we're 45 seconds from LOS. We'll talk to you through Guam at 9+06. You'll be glad to hear that the PAM burn was nominal. It's on its way to geosync, and the SBS director would like to pass along his thank you and congratulations.
Well, thank you. Thank them for us, Mike, and give them our congratulations and good wishes, and we would like to hear about the apogee burn whenever it happens in a day or so.
Roger that.
Setting up this auto.
This is Mission Control Houston. Through the Indian Ocean Station, the SBS perigee kick motor was observed to ignite on time. A perfectly nominal burn. The SBS is now on its way out to an apogee of 22,300 miles. The perigee kick motor has separated from the spacecraft. Next station upcoming will be Guam in 17 minutes. At 8 hours 49 minutes in day one of STS-5 Mission Control Houston. Mission Control Houston, acquisition through Guam for about the next
Columbia
7 minutes.
Houston over Guam for 2 minutes, over.
Loud and clear, Houston.
Roger, we read you loud and clear.
And we've got the TV set up for the Hawaii dump, and my intent is to give you about a half a minute's worth of spin and then to deploy, and as much following that as you would like. It looks like there's a fair amount of sun problems where the sun has washed out the PAM, but if you have patience, it'll come back in when the Earth comes in the scene.
Okay, we copy that, and be advised that the Intelsat tracking station in Yamaguchi had a good track on the satellite. It looks like less than average coning. Indications that the Omni deployed okay, and they're ready for transfer orbit ops.
Outstanding. Very, very good. And Mike, I'm assuming that when you were looking at the mechanical sequence, the sunshield opening and the spin-up itself, that you did tape that, so you have that on the ground already.
That's affirmative, Bill.
Okay, I'll just give you the deploy part then.
Roger. And Columbia Houston, we've got about 50 seconds left over Guam here. I've got a note concerning the hydraulic thermal conditioning, if you've got a second to copy.
Go ahead, Mike, ready to copy.
Okay, we're seeing the hydraulic temperatures decreasing in the body flap area. They're following predicted trends, but they're 5 to 10 degrees colder. In order to have a maximum control over the temperatures from the ground via Timbus, in addition to having the circ pump switches and GPC during the sleep, we'd like you to do the hydraulic thermal conditioning enable in the Orbit Ops checklist on page 1-2.
Orbit Ops checklist, page 1-2, hydraulic thermal conditioning enable. We'll get on it.
Roger, and we're going LOS. We'll see you over Guam at 9+17. Over Hawaii at 9+17.
Okay, we'll meet you there with the TV camera.
We're looking forward to it.
Mission Control Houston here. LOS at Guam, 7 minutes away now from Hawaii, where the crew will feed down a videotape recording of the SBS satellite deploy from toward the end of the activation sequence through the actual deployment, and as the spacecraft moves away from Columbia and the Earth comes into view beneath. Another major first in this flight, the satellite deployment sequence. We'll return in 6 minutes at Hawaii. Mission Control Houston at 9 hours 10 minutes. Mission Control Houston here. 35 seconds until acquisition through Hawaii. Videotape dump here of the PAM deployment, SBS and PAM deployment sequence. Almost one orbit ago. SBS now on its way to the first apogee of some 22,300 nautical miles.
Columbia Houston with you over Hawaii for 7.5 minutes, over.
Okay, Mike, we're with you. Give me some words as to when you want the dump.
Roger, we're ready for the dump now.
Here comes the VTR now, Mark.
And we're receiving a good TV.
Barry? The audio's with it.
And Columbia Houston, you can expect a PSP message. We're getting ready to turn off the payload comm system.
conditioning enable was completed, page 1-2, Mike.
Roger, Bob, we see that. Thank you.
And if you got a second, you might pass some words to the habitability guys. I've been trying the suction cup shoes most of the day, and really haven't been doing me that much good. They kind of hold when you don't want them to hold and let go when you want them to hold.
Roger, we copy that, Bob. And Columbia, Houston, we've got a super shot of the payload coming out.
Out of curiosity, is it overdriven?
We're starting to get a little blooming here about 30 seconds after deploy, but it looks real good.
Okay, fine. We get a fair amount more blooming than you do, apparently. And Mike, I'd like one more addition word to that comment about the suction cup shoes.
Go ahead, Bob.
We went ahead and mounted on the aft flight deck the portable tow restraints, or the pace-down tow restraints, and they're really working great. I've used them back there, and the guys who were back there for the deploy used them, and those are really outstanding. I think right now we kind of wish we had a couple more, like 4 of them up in that aft area there right now.
Roger, we copy. And Columbia, Houston, we'd like to send us some variable parameters. We'd like spec 1 on a GNC machine, please.
Again, Mike.
Roger, I say again, we'd like a spec 1 on a GNC machine, please.
I don't run 1 there, Mike.
And Columbia, Houston, INCO has suggested that for tomorrow's deployment, we might change the ALC modes to peak vice normal to reduce the blooming a little bit.
Okay, we'll take that note and we'll do exactly that.
And Columbia, Houston, the variable parameters on board, the CRT is yours again.
Roger.
And we're looking at a beautiful shot of the Earth down here.
You ought to see it from here.
I wish I could.
Will.
And Columbia, Houston, we're about 25 seconds from LOS. We'll see you again over Santiago at 9+44, and we've got a good shot of the satellite against the Earth background.
Okay, Mike, we'll see you at Santiago, and I'll go ahead and secure the VTR.
Roger, we're losing the picture now.
This is Mission Control Houston, LOS Hawaii, where some fairly spectacular videotape of SBS satellite deployment was played back by the crew. Satellite moved away at a fairly healthy rate with the force imparted by the springs, and at the tail end of that VTR playback, the satellite had descended below the Earth horizon. As far as the point of view of the camera, and became a little bit more contrasty as opposed to against the blackness of space. We're 17 minutes now away from the next station at Santiago, at which time we shall return. Mission Control Houston at 9:26. This is Mission Control Houston, 1 minute away from a playback of the SBS deployment television from Columbia. Accompanying that second playback will be the audio from the preceding orbit Santiago pass, in which the crew confirmed that the SBS had been deployed. An early part of that pass somehow was lost in a configuration problem, as they say, in the audio circuitry. So that missing tape will be played along with the video from SBS deploy. Mission Control Houston, that completes the playback of the dump videotape from SBS deploy, and we are now in acquisition through Santiago.
Columbia Houston with you through Santiago for 5.5 minutes. Over.
Roger, Houston.
Roger, Vance. We're with you now through Santiago for 5.5 minutes. We're getting some spurious air-to-ground 2 downlink. We'd like you to check your audio panels to see if any one of them has air-to-ground 2 in the transmit-receive mode. And the teleprinter is okay as it is.
Mike, we just checked the panels we're all hooked up to, and air-ground 2 is in receive.
Roger, we copy. Thank you much.
And Houston, I have a report to make.
Columbia Houston, go ahead.
Mike, on the port ohms pod, we've noticed that there are a couple of nicks in tile, and you might like to notice those on the TV that you get back. Actually, they're like chips out of 2 tile on the leading edge of the ohms pod. They don't look like too much to be concerned about.
Roger, we copy. In the port ohms pod, you have a couple chips out of 2 of the tiles on the leading edge of the ohms pod.
That's A-firm.
And understand
Mike, it looks like we're looking at the SIP right under it. RTV, yeah.
Okay, we copy.
And Mike, we've got the IMU line log for that last IMU that we torqued at 9:33:05.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, that was star 27 and 36. Angular error was 0.01. On the delta X's, all 3 of them, plus 0.01, minus 0.18, minus 0.10. Delta Y's, plus 0.04, minus 0.04, minus 0.05. Delta Z's, minus 0.05, plus 0.04, minus 0.23. And I gave you the execution time was 9 hours, 33 minutes, 5 seconds. And we're waiting for a little bit of darkness here so we can get a coas cal. Houston, Columbia.
Roger, we copy that.
And we're just coming from the Pacific onto the South American west coast now. Obviously, just like to say it sure looks pretty down there on those Andes. We see some snow, and it's nice to have Santiago in the network.
Roger, we concur with that, Vance.
Wish we could go a little further south in their country and see the Andes where they get higher. Maybe another orbit.
Roger that, Vance.
And Mike, just part of information, our front windows are really badly smeared. Like I noticed when I got in on my side, they were very badly smeared right on the pad from like a salt film or that. And when you get this low sun angle like we got right now, looking at the front windows, it's just almost like you're looking through fog. You're so blurry.
Okay, we copy that, Bob. Thank you. And Columbia Houston, we're 30 seconds to LOS. We'll talk to you through Ascension at 10:01.
Okay, we'll see you there.
Columbia Houston with you through Ascension for 2 minutes, over.
Roger, Mike. In the middle trying to get a quest line here.
Roger, we copy. And Columbia Houston, we're 30 seconds to LOS. We'll talk to you through iOS at 10 plus 16.
Roger, Mike.
And Columbia Houston, can you tell us if you've activated the gas yet?
Mike, this is Bill. I took a quick stab at it here, and it appeared to be misbehaving, and I dropped it to come do the lyo canister replacement. The symptoms I had, it may just be a screw loose in the operator here. I would hit the clear, and I would get the A-A. I would put in the O1, and I would get the A01A as I should. But then rather than dropping to an A01L, it would drop to an A01 dash. And that was all I could ever get it to do. So I quit fooling with it temporarily.
Okay, Bill, we'll check with you through iOS.
This is Mission Control Houston. LOS through Ascension Island, Indian Ocean Station in 11 minutes. Crew winding down their activities of the day, getting into a scheduled meal period and pre-sleep activity on this 8th orbit. Be back in 11 minutes for Indian Ocean Station, Mission Control Houston at 10 hours 5 minutes. Control Houston. Acquisition through Indian Ocean Station for the final pass of the day.
Columbia Houston with you over the Indian Ocean Station for 5 minutes, over.
Roger, Michael, we copy.
And Columbia Houston, hate to interrupt your meal. We're a little confused on the gas explanation that Bill gave. If you could step through that again, we'd appreciate it.
Well, if you think you're confused, you ought to try me. No, Mike, I connected it up, and as I read that decal and remember from training, it's fairly simple. Unfortunately, I'm not looking at it right now. You hit the clear button, and the first thing you look at is A-A. And then you key in the relay that you're talking about. In this case, is 01. And you immediately look at an A01A, and then that should switch, I thought, to an A01L, if it is in fact latent, which it should be. And then we send the right thing to get it to go hot. But all I can ever get from it is A01 dash. Does that make sense to you?
Roger, it doesn't make a lot of sense right now. We're looking at it.
Yeah, we're going to go give it another try, and hopefully we won't spend 2 days fooling around with it.
Roger, we copy. And Columbia Houston, we're 30 seconds from LOS. We'll talk to you again through Guam at 10 plus 42.
This is Mission Control Houston. Loss of signal through Indian Ocean Station. Crew currently in their evening meal. Shortly thereafter we'll begin pre-sleep activities. Next station in 19 minutes is Guam. Meanwhile, attempts to activate the getaway special canister have been stymied by an apparent problem with a sequencer keyboard. They're trying to sort out what kind of numbers were seen on board, what they mean. We'll return in 18 minutes at Guam, mission control at 10:22. This is Mission Control Houston. 30 seconds away from acquisition through Guam. We're getting data now for Guam, from Guam, as we go into the pre-sleep activity.
Columbia Houston with you over Guam for 5 minutes, over.
Okay, Mike, and we figured out the gas problem.
Okay, we'd like to hear about it, Bill.
Well, you're just not going to believe this. All of our training and all of the simulating and even our panel here indicates that the gas connects to the center connector on the PAM standard switch panel. And the other standard switch panel, it has the payload timing buffer, and the VTR circuit breaker has just the standard I/O nomenclature by that connector. Well, we tried both controllers, and they did the same thing, behaved like nothing was answering. So on a whim, I connected it to the other standard switch panel. And guess what happened?
Yeah, we were about ready to ask you if you were plugged into that wrong panel there, just because it's labeled gas.
Well, you know, that's what our training told us to do. We did that in a long sim, and it worked.
Roger, that figures.
Anyway, we're now plugged into the aux I/O that's over on the other standard switch panel on the L12, and it worked. And gas was activated at 10:38 MET.
Roger, Bill, we copy that. Well done.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Roger, did you get our IMU line log earlier from somebody?
That's affirmative.
Okay. Let me talk a little bit about the COAS calibration. It was fairly difficult, I think partly because we have a little bit of film on the window, and partly because we had not such a bright star. But it was very hard to get the bias down to a reasonable number. The final thing we came up with was a bias of 0.17. Update time was 10 hours, 15 minutes, but we used probably half of a night past working on it.
Okay, we copy that, Vance.
Recommend in the future always try to have a pretty bright star just because of the way the COAS is built.
Roger, we copy. And Columbia Houston, we concur with the bright star comment, and we're looking at the data.
Say again, please. Mike, will you say again, please?
Roger, Columbia Houston, we concur with your comments on the COAS cal, and we're looking over the data.
Okay, Mike, be advised, those front windows are really clobbered. That heavy salt spray, I think, from the Cape, and then I had some greetings from one of the birds over the Cape on my side also, so they're really pretty bad.
Roger, we copy that.
But really, to comment on that further depends a lot on lighting. If there's a reflection on the windows, it appears there's just a thin film of salt. And I don't think, for example, it would give us any problem in landing.
Roger, we understand. And Columbia Houston, we're 30 seconds to LOS. You should have gotten a weather message up on a teleprinter this pass. And we'll talk to you over Santiago at 11 plus 20.
Okay, see you there.
And Mike, we did get that weather message. It came up very clear.
Okay, Joe, thank you.
Mission Control Houston, LOS at Guam. No Hawaii past this orbit. Santiago in 32 minutes, which likely will be the last conversation with the crew, except for ascension shortly thereafter, as the crew winds down the day and prepares to go into their sleep period. Returning in 30 minutes at Santiago, Mission Control Houston. Incidentally, the getaway special canister has been activated successfully. Apparently the activation controller had not been plugged into the right panel on the spacecraft. Bill Lenore reported that when he did get it attached to the right connector, that getaway special was activated at elapsed time of 10 hours 38 minutes. At 10:48,